Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast The Storm, where socially awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my host, the nerdy occultist, aka the authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Hello, everyone. Give me 1 second. I just got back from another room because I was taking my meds.
And I am our host / Time Lord Wannabe, the brainstorm pop culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am doing okay. Somehow I am tired already, which annoys me, but oh well.
Alright. Let me... Oh, actually, let me just... I'm in the first article ready, so... But yeah. Yeah, everything's been going rather well. Been chilling. I guess I should make the announcement now, because when I actually went... Hold on. I don't know. Oh, shit.
What happened?
I forgot to send out the link on Discord.
I
just sent it. I just sent it now, so...
What are we on? Like in the 400s now?
325.
Okay, so mid 300s, and we are still working out the kinks, folks.
I'm tired. All right,
I know.
I've had a long work week, and
I know.
Okay, okay. It won't be this Friday. It'll be the Friday after 4th of July. That we'll do the 11th of July. Will be when we'll be doing our podcast for that week. Just because I will be seeing Superman at a later time that will conflict with the podcast schedule. So just so everyone is aware, and I will make mention of this next week as well. So,
and the following week we will be reviewing it because, in case you haven't noticed, we've been watching with bated breath the progress of such things, and spoilers, you will be seeing quite a bit of that this week as well, because it kind of is the main topic for tonight.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, we got one thing, but
yeah,
well, two things that are all right.
But the majority of articles this week are related to James Gunn making the publicity rounds, and I wanted to get it out of the way before the actual rush of reviews and the actual like audience reactions came out, so that we could have a nice snapshot of our opinions prior to seeing the product. Kind of while we're still in the final stages of, limbo, or, to be released territory.
Right. But before all that, we have something we didn't cover last week.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is originally from PCGamer.com, written by Joshua Wolins. Since it's an archive version, I'm not entirely sure of the dates, because it says here it was published 2 days ago, but this has been what, like 2-3 weeks?
Yeah. So 2 days ago relative to when the screen cap was taken.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure when it originally came out.
Yeah.
Think it was like June 17th or something. I don't know.
Okay, so Gunner Game of the Year, Stellar Blades mods are 41% smut, ensuring gamers will never see the light of heaven. This is written by Joshua Wollens, and the subheader is, it is apparently always possible for there to be less clothing. Okay, I do want to preface
People
this.
like pretty things. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to preface this. I don't know much about Stellar Blade overall. I know, obviously, we covered a little bit when it was happening about like the whole controversy bullshit about stuff.
Yeah, somebody made a sexy game, and how dare they?
Right, I don't really care because when I watch like trailers for it and stuff, it just, it didn't grab me.
Mm-hmm.
Not and for any particular reason. It just, well, okay, I'm gonna be honest. It's, I don't know. It kind of reminds me of like the Final Fantasy VII games and stuff. Like those type of games just don't really grab me. I'm gonna be honest.
So you don't like the anime aesthetic in video games very much? Is what I'm getting from that.
No, it's not that. I don't know. It's just like a vibe of it, I guess, that just doesn't click with me. Not really the aesthetics, just more so. I guess it just really doesn't feel like a game that I would play often, or you know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't really have a dog in the fight either when it comes to Stellar Blade, because due to a severe lack of computer, I play mostly phone games, and yes, I'm aware that makes me cringe to some degree.
It does.
Yeah, but being that as it may, I am and was a supporter of Gamergate way back in like 2014, 2015, and I have of course made my bones online talking about the discourse surrounding various culture war issues and my toxic fandom, and basically the powers that be demonizing their audience so hard and then being shocked and surprised when their product thereby fails, and or being morally in an uproar when the audience actually does get meaningful fan service, because something fan service is immoral unless we say so, etc. So my dog in this particular fight is, oh no, someone made a game that people enjoy looking at and find sexy. How dare they? With all of the pearl clutching upperborum of a freaking middle-aged Karen, and mocking the shit out of that pompous, moralistic fucktardery.
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
All right. Cellblade finally hit PC 2 days ago, giving everyone a chance to do whatever it is this game is actually about. Okay.
It's a sexy fighting game. It's really not that complicated. It's stunning that, like, a
well, okay. To be fair, the thing I would always care about a game is like the lore of it, the story. So
yeah, I'm sure Stellar Blade has something with regards to lore. I've just never heard about it, because half of the internet seems to think that Stellar Blade is immoral, because how dare you show sexy or attractive characters doing sexy and attractive things, and the other half seems to be praising it from the mountaintop because it's been so long since a game actually gave a shit about its audience and tried to cater to them. So I've not heard much with regards to the lore of Stellar Blade, but I'm sure there must be some.
I think that's also what didn't. When I saw the trailers and promotional stuff, it just never really focused on like any of the story or anything. I think that's what also didn't grip me. It's a video game, so they got to focus on the gameplay, which is fine, and I thought it was fine for what it is. I'm not really, to be fair, I'm not a game expert, so, but
Yeah.
I
And
don't
like
know.
I said, my outsider perspective on this is mostly coming from an anti-social justice, anti-neo-Hegelian art school schlock perspective of, oh no, someone actually served their audience and is reaping the rewards of doing the same. Oh, the humanity! We will never be whole again. Say all the journos. The the only the only use I get out of Stellar Blade, speaking as a gay guy, although I don't know if there are male characters in Stellar Blade that I could hypothetically goon over, but that's neither here nor there. Um, is watching the journos become morally outraged over and over again because surprise freaking surprise, when a game actually bothers to ingratiate itself to its audience, people like it. And unfortunately, that is so rare in today's day and age because all the art school neo Hegelian crap about toxic fandom and serving your audience is sinful and problematic and yada yada yada. Because of all that shit, people are so starved for a game that actually provides the good quality that a game is supposed to that literally anything that doesn't do the social justice neo Hegelian art school crap um, succeeds by that merit. The same thing happened with Hill Divers. The same thing happened with Black Myth Wukong, and the same thing is happening and will happen with Stellar Blade.
Right.
If
Um,
because unfortunately we live in a world where the people who create things actively hate their audience with a passion.
I have
Moving on.
heard good things about Expedition, Clair Obscure Expedition 33, which is like it's a, it's made by an independent studio, formerly Ubisoft developers, like the good ones, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about like the story, about the honestly, because it's 30 people made that game.
Mhm.
Like the dev team was just 30 people, and they even found the composer for the game on SoundCloud, and people have praised the music endlessly because
That's neat.
yeah. Um, so that's up there, you know. That's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Um, anyway, moving on or
Moving forward.
okay. Just keep in mind on. I only read the first sentence.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no one knows what that is because the entirety of the discourse surrounding it is about the main characters. But yeah, but guys but people like the author who writes this article are focusing on that rather than the other thing.
Yeah. If you want the conversation to be about something other than the character design, have you
Then start the
tried
conversation.
writing about it? Yeah, that would probably be helpful. But that would be you actually doing your job as a video games journalist and not morally grandstanding like an art school hack. So that's why you don't do that. You you guys don't even seem to realize how fucked up it is that you are literally in the giving your audience what they want is bad and you shouldn't do it under any circumstances camp. At least the people who are on the side of Stellar Blade and on the side of Helldivers and on the side of Black Myth Wukong and the like are on the side of yes, companies who make products should probably be making those products so as to get their customer base to buy them, etc., and enjoy them. It it's it's a cliche and a very old adage, but have you guys ever heard the phrase "you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar"? I.e., maybe instead of morally grandstanding over your audience, you should be attempting to please them every great now and again. It really shouldn't be this hard, and certainly shouldn't require jumping through so many pseudo intellectual moral hoops to do so. Moving on.
Well, now that butt is on PC, and you know what that means. Mods. And if I were to make a book right now on how many of those mods somehow made Stellar Blade even more NSFW than it is out the box, I suspect it wouldn't make very much money. Not least because you've probably all read the headline. Okay.
Also, hi DT.
Oh shit! Sorry, I'm on the article, so I didn't see who was. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're good. Honestly, that's my bad. I'm doing well. Sorry, I forgot. I sent the link late on the Discord, so I.
I mean, I kind of now that you frame it that way, I kind of like that framing. I don't dislike that framing, honestly. And I am a cult fixated quasi intellectual, so it does sort of work.
Yeah, I was thinking about bringing up Bayonetta. Thank you for bringing up Bayonetta, Giant Turtle. Tomb Raider. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's interesting. Well, actually, I have a question, Giant Turtle. Are you talking about like old school Tomb Raider, or are we talking the rebooted Tomb Raider?
I think he's
Just
probably talking about the. I think he's probably talking about the old school one.
Okay, he's just catching up. That's all right.
Yeah. But in any case, back to the clutching of pearls and the oh god, however shall we cope with people being pleased by the product they're purchasing?
Mm-hmm. All right. By intense scientific calculus counting, okay, the fact. To be fair, I'm stupid, so I probably would need that parentheses there, but that feels a bit.
Well, okay, it's kind of doing what I do, and it's like emphasizing it for like poppy rhetoric and what have you.
Yeah.
That being said, it does come off extremely pretentious, which isn't a bad thing if you are okay with occasionally seeming somewhat pretentious. Hi, the issue is you guys make those phrasings like that and then don't appear to realize how pretentious and off-putting you're being.
Oh, yeah,
I do it on purpose.
Yeah, Nier Automata as well. Giant Troll brought that one up. I forgot about that one too. Yeah, because I think the creator got some flack because he said he wanted to design a hot female character for the main character or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but I think it was one interview he was asked why he designed the character to have such a large posterior. He was just very plain with it, you know.
Anally gifted. Well,
what? Never say that again.
Large posterior, anally gifted.
Never say that again. Ever.
Very well.
You were so weird. I don't. Okay.
Thank you. It is not your first day. This shouldn't be this surprising.
I don't know. I just always think I get a handle on your weirdness, and I just throw something else in there, and just like
it's madness all the way down. I'm afraid it's madness all the way down. That's why the Lovecraftian shit doesn't work on me. The Lovecraftian shit shows up and looks in my brain and goes, "Oh dear God, what have I done?"
Okay.
Moving on.
Okay, let me start over. By intense scientific calculus counting, fully 96 of the 234 mods, 41% that currently exist for Stellar Blade are marked as adult, and frankly, some of the ones that aren't marked as adult are probably NSFW. How do you feel about Eve? Feet hands? Good. Would you discuss that with your grandparents over Christmas dinner? What the fuck? What does that have to do with anything?
He's being a pompous git and trying to juxtapose imagery is what he's trying to essentially shame the people who would be reading this article, who also might in theory be Stellar Blade enjoys. He's basically trying to morally grandstand over anyone who plays Stellar Blade. Oh, how dare you do this thing that you wouldn't mention in polite company is basically the gimmick.
That's a good point, Giant Turtle. He points out from what we said earlier, people do you shouldn't give your customers what they want in things like cable, food, transportation, etc. Not that we shouldn't want entertainment doing it, but it is a wider problem. Yeah, that's fair. That's pretty fair.
Yeah, I'm aware it's not just entertainment. It's just
that's weird if it's for food. That's super weird. I think.
Yeah, it's again, it goes back to like the Frankfurt School and ultimately back to Hegel. This idea that the populace can't be trusted to make their own fucking decisions, and we have to morally and intellectually grandstand over them and convince them otherwise, because don't they know that everything in society is just a harmful social construct? Moving on.
Okay. The majority are, well, what you expect. Various ways to make Eve and other women in the game various levels of nude, with the most popular level being fully. Okay. Some did put her in an apron, though, which I suppose leaves something to the imagination. There are also a lot of main menu places that just put hardcore smut on one variety or another right there on the home screen, if that's your bag.
Okay, here's the thing though with Stellar Blade. Its sex appeal is like probably 50 to 80% of its appeal generally. Like the thing that makes Stellar Blade refreshing or remarkable, especially in this day and age, is that instead of doing the beauty standards or a social construct crap, they just give the player what the player wants from a game like this. Its sexiness is part of its gimmick. So it's not at all surprising, and certainly not like surprise inducing or anything, that when the main purpose of your, or one of the main selling points of your games is sexiness, whatsoever mods exist are going to be doubling and tripling and quadrupling down on various forms of sexiness. It's just someone taking what they like about the game and amplifying it or tailoring it to their specific taste. And because this is, of course, the internet, there is Rule 34 of everything all the time and will be forever. Because this is the internet. Them's the rules. I don't make the rules. I just know the rules. And you appear to be insinuating that this is somehow scandalous, that a game that sells itself on sex appeal has mods that are tailored to or amplifying more sex appeal. Because to me, that's the most straightforward thing under the sun.
All right.
Moving on.
Giant Turtle does agree with me about what you said about the. Okay, I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna feel weird saying it because I'm me, and I guess I'm sheltered. I don't think anal is the correct term. It's like looking at a dick and saying you're reticularly gifted, or that a woman with big boobs is milk duct gifted. Not the best analogies, but you get what I mean.
I guess the like penile equivalent would be penilely gifted, if I'm
sorry. And Jan Charles said the author is hoping people don't think about all the perfectly normal stuff and almost literally nobody says is wrong. But you still wouldn't tell grandma at the dinner table.
Yeah, frankly, I am beginning to get rather annoyed with the decorum for the older generations and decorum for various situations in society, to the point where I look at the things you wouldn't tell grandma at the dinner table thing and go, maybe that's why so many of the boomers are so out of touch, because people just simply won't be honest with them and share their actual opinions. Granted, some of the younger generation are, of course, Antifa sympathetic twits, but I do think that the boomer generation is, by and large, far more sheltered by simple politeness than at this point, especially, they realistically should be. And I think maybe a healthier relationship between the younger generations and the boomers could be established if we just all decided to stop sheltering the boomers from the way people actually talk, actually think, and actually think of things. But again, that might just be me getting really, really, really sick of the dilapidated state that the Overton window is in and wanting to smash it with a hammer made of libertarian populism. But, que sera, sera.
I feel like that we can't trust the populace to say to us know what's good for them has probably been independently developed enough times that you can't really blame any one school of thought.
True, but the neo-Hegelian school of thought did a lot of intellectual legwork, padding out and justifying in their heads why we can't trust the plebs to make their own decisions and shit. Granted, it doesn't really matter whence the you can't trust the plebs position comes from. At least where it regards humans, I disagree full stop. I think you should not only trust the plebs to think for themselves, but expect the plebs to think for themselves. And anyone who says otherwise, I am very skeptical of on general principle. Moving on.
Yeah. Okay. Now, look, I have no issue with what adults do in the privacy of their own home. If you want to turn your copy of any game into an overstimulating carnival of omnipresent erotic delights, please do so with my blessing. But I'm a tad mystified. I do wonder what kind of lifestyle it is that leads a person to turn a video game menu into hardcore pornography.
I will say this like you are the 5-year-old that you sound like. The game sold itself on sexiness, and so it makes entire libraries of sets. The most straightforward thing that would happen next in a world where mods and like reprogramming and altering video games exist, for them to take that sexy game and to either double and triple down on the sexiness, or to tailor that sexiness to their particular vocations and fetishes and so on. Moreover, it is even more expected that such a thing would happen in a world, nay, in a entire artistic, like philosophical landscape, where it is considered immoral and wrong to give the audience fan service either in general or in the way of aesthetically pleasing female characters, etc. So not only is it a natural consequence of the way the world works just in general anyway, but the very same mentality that people like the person who wrote this article is espousing here is exactly what makes Stellar Blade or Helldivers or Black Myth Wukong or Hogwarts Legacy or any other fucking thing under the sun that breaks the trend of overbearing neo-Hegelian fuckery. It's exactly this censorious moralistic attitude that leads to the success of things like Stellar Blade all the way back through to like Hogwarts Legacy. Anything that doesn't viscerally hate its customer base, its audience base, and its player base is going to be all the more appreciated in a world where it is considered a moral wrong to give the fans what they want, or even to not actively spite them at every turn. So if you want things like Stellar Blade to stop being as successful as they are, what you need to do is you need to return to the old school adage of the customer is always right in matters of taste. You will not, however, and I know you will not, do that because you actually think that there is some moral victory to be won for you here, and therefore you want to morally purify the gaming space. But as we learned in, 2013 through 2015, with the original Gamergate, trying to morally purify gaming is one of the things that people will draw the line on, and so much the better. Like this is not to overly not to belabor the point too much here, but this is actually something that like maps onto real world politics as well. It used to be understood by empires that you can get away with quite a lot of shit as long as you don't interfere with the plebs' bread or circuses. The weakness, therefore, that the social justice mindset has and the traditionalist family values set had before them is the need to hyperfixate on fucking with the bread and circuses, to the point that many wokoids will go out of their way to ignore actual real-world political issues in the name of demonizing and hyperfixating on various types of toxic fandom, quote unquote, and various gates of the, Gamergate, Comicsgate, and like Fandom Menace variety. That's how backwards y'all have it. You forgot the rule of bread and circuses so hard that you actually will avoid moralizing on other shit so that you can moralize on the bread and circuses all the harder, and you wonder why you upset people in this vein. Moving on.
Alright, Giant Turtle said some stuff. The LDR. When people talk about someone having a nice ass, they typically are talking about the meat, flesh, and muscle, not the anus. Thus, saying it like that is weird and more than just phrasing, unless you are specifically having entering through the back on the mind, maybe. I mean, it's Dalton, and he is gay, so.
I mean that is a thing, but fair enough. I suppose I should rephrase it as glootily gifted. Is that better? Does that meet the like quasi-scientific autistic standard there?
Yeah, that's better. I'm just never say what you said before, man. That's so fucking weird. Also, Drantro, this makes sense for Drantro. I don't trust the plebs to think for themselves. I just barely trust the elites to do it, let alone do it for others.
I guess in this venue I'm more optimistic, or just less inclined to systematic thinking there. I do actually trust the plebs in their ability to think for themselves for the most part, as long as they are coming out with libertarian models. That's why I always pair populism with libertarianism whenever I feasibly bring them up, because populism with libertarianism is based and correct and often negates the negative effects of one or the other individually. But populism with authoritarianism is mob rule, and libertarianism without populism
Hey,
is
hey,
ideological purity spiraling.
I trust the plebs when they are right, essentially.
I mean, yeah, obviously, I think it would be better if we educated people on like uh, on like philosophy and the ability to think and critical thinking and so on. The problem is that requires a system to teach people things like philosophy and critical theory that isn't a soulless intellectual bureaucracy that is so far up its own ass that it destroys itself at every conceivable vector. And we don't have that.
Guys, if you guys want to continue this specific conversation later, please do so. It's just, again, we got like a lot of stuff to talk about, so.
Yeah, moving forward.
All right. At some point, you are so inured to sexuality that you have to cram it into every available crevice to feel anything. Why would you not find more fulfillment if the erotic were less ubiquitous, more rare, more precious? At least we'll always have Thomas the Tank Engine mods.
Okay, my friend, my brother in fuck, there's nothing for you and me to share ground on to be brothers in. But point being, we live in a world where sexuality is being slowly censored and eroded out of existence. That's why Stellar Blade is as popular as it is. It's because Stellar Blade is one of the rare outlets where that sexual impulse can find its expression. Thanks largely to social justice and its other neo-Hegelian brethren, especially the sex-negative variety, thanks largely to social justice, things have been anti-aesthetic to almost the point of like just heinous ugliness on purpose. And that is why there is such a thirst for games like Stellar Blade. You appear to not be aware of the world in which we are operating. And the world in which we are operating means that basically every IP that has any sort of pre-established cachet whatsoever has been slowly infiltrated, morally purified, and as a result, de-aesthetic. And that has been going on for at least a decade. If we were still living in the 2010s, like the early 2010s, before social justice had its say, I could at least acknowledge what you just described as something resembling reality. But to believe what you just said is in any way reflective of reality in 2025 is a farce. The only places to go to get sexuality are online ones like DeviantArt and Pornhub. And most people would rather have less overt sexuality interspersed through other things, like in the 90s and early 2000s with action cartoons. The character designs there were very aesthetically pleasing and were very aesthetically pleasing on purpose. And there are so many IPs, so many vectors of pop culture expression that used to have a component of aesthetically pleasing sexiness to them, even if it wasn't explicitly a porn thing. Like there used to be the Marvel swimsuit issue, for example, which they are slowly bringing back, and thank fuck for that, because that's a sign of nature healing and so on and so forth. But point being, shit like that used to be the norm. Shit being aesthetically pleasing to the point of almost being sexy was the norm. It hasn't been the norm for at least a decade, anywhere other than DeviantArt and certain parts of Tumblr. And to say that there is sexuality in everything, and therefore people who hyperfixate on Stellar Blade are gooner, creeps is to say the opposite of reality. Because the whole reason Stellar Blade is as popular as it is because this kind of fan service is rare in today's day and age and has been for at least a decade.
Alright, so Giant Turtle. I was aware that. No, I know what Thomas the Tank Engine mods were, Giant Turtle. I was confused with the connection that the author was trying to make in the short paragraph they had there. Giant Turtle, it's safe, horny, where sometimes quite arbitrarily and inconsistently. Some things are problematic and some are to be promoted. It's mostly anything abnormal, non-traditional, or against the male gaze for what is good, but also sometimes just because someone who is influential enough said, "No, I like this one, don't attack it."
And I don't even know how much the someone was influential thing even works consistently, because it might work for a single isolated incident, but if someone with a platform comes out consistently enough against the ideology, cough cough J.K. Rowling, into the wood chipper with all the other untermentions they will go. Or at least so saith the Twitter mob. Or I guess I should update my phrasing and say the blue sky mob, because fortunately most of the crazies are less likely to be on Twitter and more likely to have sectioned themselves off in the digital insane asylum we call Blue Sky. And thank God. Moving on.
Apparently not, because the top 10 mods for Stellar Blade are all adults only, and they've been downloaded about 250,000 times collectively at time of writing. Goon on, Gooners, let no one dim your sparkle. And that's it.
There is so much like passive aggressive sarcasm in those final lines. My dude, the only reason a game like Stellar Blade is as unusual and refreshing as it is because for the last decade or so, the very idea of beautiful aesthetics has been put through an academic and ideological wood chipper. And then those wood chips have been thrown into an incinerator, and those ashes have been spread to the four freaking winds, for God's sake. Moving on.
Yeah, give me a second. The next article's loading. So. Okay. Sorry. Tired. Yeah, so this is from superherohype.com. We don't really cover these guys often, but I think I sent this article, right?
You may have done.
Yeah, it's written by Brandon I'm gonna if I say these names wrong again, I'm not good with names unless I hear them first. So, it's written by Brandon Schweuer. Published June 16th, 2025. James Gunn confirms Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow title change for DCU movie.
Okay. I do think he might be he might be overly confident about how well Superman's gonna do, but we'll get into that in some of the other articles.
Yeah, James Gunn has confirmed a title change for Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. Craig Gillespie is currently working on a DCU Supergirl movie that stars Millie Alcock as the titular character. The film is currently scheduled to be released in June 2026. I'm going to look up that guy real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So that sounds like a name I should know.
Yep.
Okay. Australian film director. Oh, he did Cruella.
Okay, that actually does fill me with some hope because Cruella was actually really quite good.
Oh, he did the 2011 Fright Night movie too.
Okay, this could work.
$1 Million Arm.
Granted. Mhm.
$1 Million Arm as well.
Hmm. I still think it's a bit of a mistake to be playing for Supergirl when you haven't even successfully made Superman work yet, but we shall see.
uh, Earlier this year, the official logo for the movie was revealed. No, that was last year, wasn't it?
I don't know either way. I will give him some, or the author, some benefit of the doubt and say that it was this year.
Well, I thought it was mentioned when we did that video last year. You know, the announcement for the first half of the first chapter.
I think that was just a temporary one, and they released a more the actual like official one later. I think
Okay.
kind of like
Earlier
how it used to be called Superman. Sorry, go ahead.
no, sorry. It's just that's fine. Again, my memory is not so good, so I could be wrong.
Well,
Uh,
I know they've changed title cards and names around a bunch because like Superman used to be called Superman Legacy. Thank you,
well,
James, for
every sorry. I was just gonna say, like, every movie studio does that nowadays for whatever fucking reason. Well, it's mostly been Marvel, mind you, but
to be fair, and this I will actually give him. I remember being exceedingly pissed off that it was called Superman Legacy because that sounded like a sequel title. So I do think just stripping it back to Superman does make more sense. Granted, I do wish they had maybe found a way to be a little bit more creative with it, like because like yeah, obviously Man of Steel was already taken because Henry Cavill version, but there are other names you could or other like subtitles for Superman that could have been useful as a title motif than just calling it Superman again.
um, hold on. I actually might have something for that. But anyway, I'll fucking internet. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me start over. Hello.
Yeah, we're
All
still
right.
here.
Sorry, it's just like super quiet. So,
No, you're good. Go ahead.
all right. Earlier this year, the official logo for the movie was revealed, and many noticed that it only read Supergirl instead of Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. This led fans to wonder if the movie was getting a shorter title change, especially since Superman was originally going to be titled Superman Legacy, but they dropped the Legacy part.
Again, I maintain that that was the correct decision because calling it Superman Legacy, especially after kicking Henry to the curb, smacked of really failing to read the room. And I guess they must have thought a similar kind of optics thing for Supergirl, because maybe the original premise of the movie was going to be super feministy, and they decided to lean away from the feminist aspect. Maybe, or maybe Warner Brothers shot themselves in the foot again and just demanded they change it to something simpler so that it would be more marketable. Who knows? You still there, brainstormer?
Yeah, sorry, I was wait, Quill, you mean back when the mouse was reframing all their old classic villains as sympathetic? That's what Giant Turtle said.
No, this was considerably after the trend had died down, but they did a really interesting. They did do an actually really interesting anti-hero thing with her. Granted, I'm with you on the not everyone needs to get the Wicked treatment, but my issue is you can tell whatever story you want as long as you can, make it good. And Cruella was actually kind of good. So I can kind of see the fit, if that makes any sense, with having that guy who did that movie do Supergirl. Same thing a little bit with Fright Night as well. Like I can see where James Gunn went. Okay, if we take this guy and we give him this IP, interesting things are likely to happen. Granted, I would have waited 2 or 3 phases before introducing Supergirl if it were me, just because having Supergirl get a movie like a year after Superman had just gotten his first one, that does seem a little weird to me.
Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking like other titles that they could have gone for with Superman. I actually wrote some for Reddit for like this post thing I saw. It's a dumb one, I'll admit, but I thought it'd be funny. Not funny, but it's a cool name at least. Superman Sunrise they could have gone with.
That could have been interesting.
I actually had whole trilogy titles figured out.
So you basically did what Marvel did for the Spider-Man movies.
Kinda, yeah. Superman Sunrise, Superman High Noon, and Superman Sunset.
Neat.
Yeah. Xandar, you can go fuck yourself with those names.
I think DT's trying to meme.
No, I know.
I might have gone with something like Superman Truth and Justice. Or I feel like there should be a way to turn Big Blue Boy Scout into a thing. I just can't think of it off the top of my head.
For a second, I thought you said Superman Samurai, and now I almost want to see that. Actually, no, that's actually not a bad idea. That's actually a pretty cool idea. I mean, they kind of had that with Batman Ninja, although I'm not really a big fan of those movies. Mainly, it's just the art style that bugs me.
I mean, I'd rather see Supes. Again, this is me being me and bringing history and context into things because they work, damn it. I'd like to see Superman go back to his like circus strongman roots, but I will be beating the they should have made Golden Age period pieces drum until the end of time, or until they do it, whichever comes first.
Right. Anyway, why is new title of Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow? What is the new title of Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow? Okay. Speaking of Rolling Stone, Gunn confirmed that the official title of the movie is indeed just Supergirl. I'm always cutting, Gunn said. Legacy was really... We do something called a pre-mortem. A premortem is you get together with your group that's doing the project. It's usually about a couple months before shooting, and you go hypothetically. If it's an epic disaster, what are the things that we're doing today that are going to cause it to be an epic disaster? Everyone here can speak freely. The things you find on other productions are the things that people are whispering. Oh God, I don't know why they cast that actor. Doesn't fit the role, or production designer's never on time. One of the things I brought up was it was called Superman Legacy, even though I was the one that gave it that title. I just wasn't sure. First of all, I'm sick of the superhero title : other name thing. I can kind of
Okay, fair enough.
That's fair. Yeah.
That being said, as much as I applaud your attempt at self-awareness, sir, it does in fact require that people working in Hollywood have their like fingers on the pulse of what actual real people think, and I wouldn't bet on that particular number in this hypothetical game of roulette. It's the same problem I have with the idea of focus groups in Hollywood. The idea of focus groups is supposed to be you get a cross section of the people that are supposed to be your audience, and that focus group will be able to make criticisms that the actual audience would then have. The problem is that Hollywood has a fantastic capacity to staff their focus groups with these stupidest motherfuckers on the face of this or any other planet. Like that's the problem. If you try to use a particular group as a cross section, you need to be very, very sure that is a reflective cross section. Otherwise, you might just be dancing to the tune of A Million Idiots, and that will always lead to disaster. It's the proviso of my thing. Like, I support the idea of trying to be self-aware and examine yourself. That is aces. That is something that you should definitely do, and more people in Hollywood should do it. Problem is that the intelligence of the average person in California or Hollywood more generally at any given moment is very, very low, and I doubt whether they would actually be a reflective sample size. Like, looking at this from like a social science perspective, the issue of, is your sample what's known as a representative sample, or are your results being skewed by where you got the sample from? And if you got the sample from your crewmates, you probably aren't going to get a bunch of people who think like normal geeks do. I know this is difficult. I'm pointing out the catch-22 you're in here, because while self-awareness and tailoring things to your audience is all well and good, if you don't actually get a representative sample but get an extremely skewed inside baseball Hollywood sample, you might end up playing yourself a bit. But I at least applaud the effort in theory. Moving on.
Okay. Where was I? Okay. There we go. And then also it seemed to be looking back when we're looking forward, even though it does have to do with legacy in the movie itself. Everybody was like, oh yeah, no, change it. When asked how much he was on set for Supergirl's filming, Gunn said 0, very little. I mean, at the beginning. But I've been pretty busy, as you might imagine. I was really involved at the script stage, but then director Craig Gillespie has just been such a great partner. He's just been doing his thing. You never know how something cuts together, but right now it looks amazing. It's really cool stuff. Supergirl will be released in United States theaters on June 26, 2026 from DC Studios and Warner Brothers Pictures.
Again, I'm a touch worried that you're jumping all the way to Supergirl after Superman gets just one movie. kind of like how I'm also a little bit nervous that you're throwing the entire rest of the Justice League into Superman as well. Like, I get the idea of wanting it to be an already lived-in world and stuff, but on paper, at least, it looks kind of like you're making the same mistake they made with BBS, which is trying to fast-track a universe instead of letting a universe arise organically. And that could be a problem. I'm not saying it will be a problem. I'm just saying, from where I'm sitting right now in late June of 2025, I foresee there being potential problems. If I'm wrong, I will, and Brainstormer can back me up on this. When I'm wrong about things that I negatively prophesize about, I tend to flip the script entirely and become really, really overly protective of the thing. It happened with Multiverse of Madness. It happened with Black Adam. So I will love if I am wrong, but it's late June of 2025, and I gotta call the balls and strikes as I see them. Moving on.
All right. Let me see if the article's loaded. Yeah, okay. Give me one sec. That happens when you're wrong, but what about when you are wrong?
I am not Wong. I am very sure about that. I am not Wong. Being as I am not now the Sorcerer Supreme. Kind of wish I were, but no. I am not Wong.
So,
Nor am I Dao Long Wong. Although that would probably also be interesting if I were.
all right. So this is from cinemablend.com. Edie Gathegi opened up about how playing Mr. Terrific and Superman is a redemption arc for him after being killed off in X-Men First Class. This is written by Adam Holmes, published June 9th, 2025. Right, so anyone doesn't know this actor who is playing Mr. Terrific in Superman, he was Darwin in X-Men First Class. Fantastic actor. I've seen him in other stuff. Great actor. So, subheader is good for him. I say good for him. Playing Mr. Terrific, who is actually a really underrated character. And before anyone asks, specifically the Michael Holt Mr. Terrific, because I know there are a few other.
Mm-hmm. I completely forgot you sent this one, to be fair.
Remember when Edie Gathegi was in X-Men First Class? Even if you don't know the actor by name, anyone who's a fan of the first installment of the First Class era of X-Men movies will remember how his character Darwin was killed by Sebastian Shaw, despite the fact that Darwin's mutant ability was being able to survive anything. Now, with our
it is not quite as completely missing the point as mouthless Deadpool, but it's close.
Now get. Sorry. Fuck. Okay. Now Gathegi is getting shot at the superhero genre. Is getting a shot at the superhero genre by playing Michael Holt, aka Mr. Terrific, in James Gunn's Superman, and he opened up about how this role in 2025 movie is a redemption arc for him. Although Gathegi declined to talk about his time on X-Men First Class while in DC Studios Showcase podcast, saying it's too juicy, he did share how much getting to be DC Universe's Mr. Terrific means to him. In his words, I'm happy to get a redemption arc in the new DC Universe. I'm excited to inspire a whole new generation of young black kids with this new superhero. Miss Terrific is so fantastic of a character, and there's so much potential. Okay, I'm not really going
Not
to say.
not to be a dick, but I'm going to be.
When are you not?
Why didn't you just say a whole generation of kids? Why the black modifier in there?
To be fair, there aren't a lot of. I'm not going to say that.
That's the thing. I'm like, why bring race into it? Speaking as a millennial here, I literally never really registered race as a thing in like the conscious sense. Like one of my favorite characters in Codename Kids Next Door was number 5. It didn't matter to me that she was black or a girl. She was awesome. Therefore, I liked the character. And the same is true of just about every other interesting character. Now, there's some leeway for characters whose like gimmicks lend themselves to, community commentary. Like the Static Shock Show was all about gangbanger commentary. Like they were literally called Bang Babies, for God's sakes. But Mr. Terrific is not a character that, to the best of my knowledge, has ever made his race a central aspect of his character. And so it kind of rings a little bit hollow that you only want to inspire black kids, apparently. That tells me that you might be thinking a little bit too much about your own race there, if indeed that's what you're doing. Who knows? But pedantry aside, moving on.
Characters being killed in superhero movies is commonplace, but Darwin's in the X-Men First Class was always bizarre. Like his comic book counterpart, Eddie Gathie's version of the mutant could reactively evolve, meaning his body would adapt to a situation or environment it was in, so to keep him alive, from growing gills while underwater to gaining armored skin if attacked. And yet, all Sebastian Shaw had to do was force one of Havoc's contained energy blast into Darwin, and moments later, he was gone.
Yeah,
to be fair, they only
some
had
bullshit.
To be fair, there was a lot of issues behind the scenes from like executives and stuff because they were not given a lot of time to film that movie. Actually,
Fox shoots themselves in the foot at every turn with the X franchise. We wouldn't have Deadpool if Ryan Reynolds didn't, make himself a patron saint of geekdom by leaking the test footage. And if we didn't have Deadpool, we probably wouldn't have had Logan in its form that it ended up in, and so on. Fox literally had to be dragged kicking and screaming into making a superhero movie successfully multiple times. So I am not surprised that among the many stupid things they did was killing off the character whose whole thing is to adapt and overcome any deadly scenario. But again, this is the creative class of people who thought, let's take the merc with a mouth and remove his mouth. like Fox are so bad at, or were so bad at this whole superhero movie thing, and were only successful against their will most of the time. One of the reasons I really wish that the First Class movies hadn't existed and they would have just given the rights back to Marvel. But there are so many what ifs in that particular department. I don't even want to go into it. But yeah, point being, surprising no one, Fox continued to be completely insufferable dickheads and basically against their own success most of the time. Granted, Warner Brothers, it must be said, doesn't really fare much better in that department, but que sera, we will see, I suppose.
All right. Judging by 80 Gathige's comment about Miss Terrific having so much potential, it's probably a safe bet that he won't die during the events of Superman. More importantly, Gathige pleased that Miss Terrific ended up being a more fulfilling role and looks forward to the superhero leaving an impact on young black kids. That stands a strong chance of happening considering Michael Holt is one of the smartest individuals on Earth, if not at the top of that list, and boasts an array of cool nanotechnology. Gathige also had this to say about figuring out Mr. Terrific's personality for the upcoming DC movie. I didn't know what was going to happen until we did it. I had it in my brain I was going to play the part because I screen tested for the role. So when you screen test for a role and you get it, you assume that's the way you're going to play it. So I showed up to set playing it that way, and it was in playing that we found something that I think was a little bit more interesting, a little deeper, and a little more complex, and a little bit more hinged.
That's like 90% platitude. I have absolutely no idea what that means in context.
Yeah, I really no. Moving on.
But yeah, again, I hope he does do well, and frankly, I hope that kids other than just black kids can look up to his character because.
Well, Mr. Terrific actually is a pretty cool character. I do hate how the CW fucked him over, but
that's another one of those they conspire at their own destruction more often than they realistically should even be able to.
To be fair, that wasn't Michael Holt. That was a character called Curtis Holt. I don't know if that's from the comics or not, but
or if they made a completely different one because they didn't want to use the character and stuff. Who knows?
Yeah.
But point being, I really hope that black kids aren't so shallow that they can only look up to black characters, because that's the other half of the issue I take with the whole inspiring black kids thing. Not only is that wrong-headed for an actor to think, it's condescending and belittling towards black kids, because they shouldn't, like, the race of a person should not be the first and foremost thing on their freaking minds, like, ever. Maybe I'm just being the classic, millennial, left-leaning millennial who's like, I can look up to any character no matter what their identity is. But I maintain that is the correct response. The correct response is to gravitate towards any character that is cool, competent, interesting, well-rounded, well-written, etc. That should be the defining quality of any character, is, are they cool on their own merits? And if they are cool on their own merits, it shouldn't matter what kind of person they are. Moving on.
All right. Although Michael Holt is the second character to go by Mr. Terrific in the comics, following Terry Sloan from the World War II era, he's definitely the more famous of the two. This will be the second live-action adaptation of the character, following Echo Kellum's Curtis Holt incarnation from the Arrowverse. Made him into no offense to the actor who played him, because just given the scripts and stuff.
Yeah,
they made him into a total bitch.
The CW post Smallville often snatched defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah. Nathan Fillion. Okay. Curtis Holt incarnation from the Arrowverse. In Superman, Edie Gathige's Miss Terrific, Nathan Fillion, Guy Gardner, Isabella Mercedes, Hawkgirl make up the Justice Gang, the team sponsored by Sean Gunn's Maxwell Lord.
Okay, just to be clear, I don't know if we've gotten this confirmed or not yet. Is the Hawkgirl we're getting Shayera?
I have no idea. I actually could probably look that up now.
Because I don't know, given that according to James, he wants to do Damian Wayne as the first Robin in the DCU, and for some inexplicable reason, they're getting Guy Gardner Nathan Fillion instead of Hal Jordan Nathan Fillion. But just to be clear, I want Shira, and if it's not Shira, I am going to be slightly annoyed. Because, again, being a left-leaning millennial, I grew up on the DC animated universe, and Shira was one of the main players in the Justice League cartoon.
It's Kendra Saunders.
Not only does this annoy me just on general principle, because again, Shira fan, as is like all the millennials, but it makes me once again ask the question, of all the versions of the character to go with, why pick that one? Why pick the asshole Green Lantern instead of the likable Green Lantern? Why pick the edgy, autistic sociopath Robin instead of the likable circus kid Robin that we all grew up with? And it's stupid. It's stupid, and it appears to be a consistent form of stupidity. Moving on.
Superman Rising theaters on July 11th, and here's hoping we'll see more of Edie Gathegi as Miss Terrific in the DCU. You can also see the actor play Dev Ayesa in For All Mankind, which can be streamed with an Apple TV Plus subscription. Okay.
Not to be rude, but because this is a Superman movie, I hope that the other Justice League members just do like minor cameo stuff. I don't want them cramming the entire Justice League inside what should be a Superman movie for the second time in a row.
Justice Gang.
Because semantics. Point being,
no, it's not really semantics. It's a whole different deal. It's not Justice League at all.
Point being, there should not be a stupid surplus of characters. The main purpose of a Superman movie is to establish the lore, world building, and cast of characters that surround Superman. And if they pull another BVS, they're going to end up shooting themselves in the foot before they've walked 5 feet again. And as amusing as that will be in the cynical "I told you so" sense, it will also make me despair, because this is like the third or fourth time they've tried to soft reboot the thing and make a consistent universe, and they might still fuck it up. It's kind of like how the Fantastic Four have already kind of shot themselves in the foot by casting RDJ as Dr. Doom. Even if Fantastic Four is good and well received, they're still going to have to carry the albatross of why is Dr. Doom an alternate variant of Tony Stark? But being that as it may, moving on to the next one.
Yeah. Okay. It's from Variety.com. James Gunn confronts Zack Snyder fans trying to tank Superman because Gunn killed the Snyderverse. We will survive, and it's all right to have an opposing force. It's written by Zach Schraff, published June 6, 2025.
Okay, I'm of two minds on this point, because on the one hand, this is a much better way of handling opposition within fandom than 90% of all the other fandom reactions we've gotten over the years. That being said, and this is where the second part of the mind comes in, James, you cannot afford to alienate a large portion of your audience. Like this is an issue. This is an issue I had with him. I don't know. Did I send the Iron Man didn't have to be successful article one, or didn't I?
I think you did. No, I know
Okay.
you did. I'm not. It might be the next one.
Okay. Just making sure, because I wanted to talk about this. Yeah. The thing is, James, and I guess we'll get into the Iron Man didn't have to be successful out of the gate thing when we get to that article. But being that as it may, James, DC as an IP is not like Marvel as an IP. It actually, well, I guess it actually kind of is more now, but that's because Marvel has slowly but surely crashed and burned, whereas DC did never get off the fucking ground. Because pretty much since Man of Steel, DC has been drastically underperforming and trying to course correct every 5 fucking minutes. So you, as the Kevin Feige of DC, cannot afford to act as though you're still operating in phase 3 of the MCU, because you're not. You're operating in a world where not only did DC not get off the ground and need to be rebooted like 4 times, but Marvel itself is slowly but surely crashing out at the moment as well. And just like a rising tide can raise all ships, a lowering tide can make all ships run aground, which means you do actually need as much of the audience to show up as you can feasibly make. So while I applaud you for not using the term toxic fandom or demonizing the Snyder Bros and all that, as much as I do think this is actually a better way of handling fan backlash than most people have managed in the last decade or so, it still underlines the point that you actually do need to try and convince the Snyder Bros. Because you need all the audience you can get, James. You really, really do. Moving on.
All right. Give me a sec. All right, James Gunn responded on Threads to an online movement from Zack Snyder fans that seeks to negatively impact the potential success of Gunn's Superman, which kicks off the new DC universe that is being shaped by the writer-director and his DC Studios co-chief, Peter Safran. Snyder was in charge of the last DC universe, which kicked off with Man of Steel, but fizzled out amid critical bombs like Justice League, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, and more.
Mm-hmm. And then they announced this version, and it ended up killing at least 3 movies because it killed.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
To be fair, we are kind of due for a tangent.
Yeah.
Because we are almost done with our list. So.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, back in 2009, when George Miller was making Justice League Mortal, if Warner Brothers, granted, he did face the issue of the writer's strike at the time, so
yeah.
But if he had gotten that movie off the ground, which was supposed to kickstart a full-on cinematic universe after it,
which they in theory could have beat Marvel 2 the punch there.
Yeah. I have read the script for it because it's online and I've watched people watch videos on it. I do think it is a little bloated. Granted, again, that I do assume that's just the effectively close to final draft that they had. That was just because of the writer's strike. They really couldn't iron it out and streamline it a bit more. But overall, it is a genuinely interesting, fascinating, and good story as a kickoff point to a universe that basically establishes everything. And you can go because, okay, so you and I have had this conversation before regarding the DCEU.
Mhm.
And I've stated my thing is like, I don't necessarily think you got to do origin stories for every character before you do a group thing. Granted, I do think the releasing of the movies for the DCU when it originally started, right, was
Mhm.
a clusterfuck. I'm not going to deny that.
Mhm.
I think the issue obviously is it obviously wasn't structured, right? It had no real structure to it. No idea what
It,
the fuck.
it that and let's be real, the reason Marvel did it that way is because that gets it's kind of like the expression boiling the frog
I
in the
was going to
sense
say,
in the sense that it gets in the sense that it gets the normies on board and gets them invested in the larger project.
no, that's fair. I, I, to be fair, I'm willing to be a little more charitable of trusting people to get invested. If you put if you put your heart and soul into the project and make it a good enough project that it doesn't, that one, it does cater to the fans of the IP, like
Mhm.
in this regard, DC fans, right?
Mhm.
But is still accessible and not uh, alienating to newer fans, which in this case would be the normies, right?
Right, but the problem you have there is it actually does have to be something really special to work like that. And
Okay, just
on
okay, just work with
go ahead.
me on the basis of this, okay? Just work with me on that. I understand it's a Herculean task. I really do. And it would be a miracle if this would happen.
Mhm.
But I genuinely think one, if because I'm doing a revision of the DCEU and I've told you the changes I've done on some of the projects to make it fit all together.
Yeah, and it
It
can work. It's
yeah,
just
it's yeah, it can work.
you have to
Put in the
it,
work.
it's it's one of those one you have to put in the work and two you have to have the lightning strike moment, the lightning in a bottle moment,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it's
Um,
it's it's risky to bet the farm on that is the problem.
that's okay. That's fair. That you're completely fair on that, and I I would agree. Not necessarily betting on it, but I do think again. I think even with because I have limited myself again. Kind of going back to the revised DCEU project I'm doing, and it's taken me
Mhm.
so long just because I've been busy with work and shit and stuff like that, and
Mhm.
you know I don't really get the burst of inspiration for them as I used to.
Mhm.
Just again, time. It's a lot of issues that have really hindered me in writing that or trying to finish it.
Mhm.
But also, I'm just busy with my own stuff. So, um, my point is, I have worked within the confines of the release dates of the official movies,
Mhm.
which let's be fully honest, it was a total clusterfuck of just weird releases and projects in just a random fucking order.
Yeah, because they wanted to jump the line. They wanted to skip over the phase one period and jump right to this is where we make the billions of dollars part. They wanted to jump from step one to step six profit in the space of about three movies.
Yeah.
And that
Um,
was that was always going to be a problem because
okay, so I mean,
even giving your more charitable um approach to it, that was always going to be a problem because that's treating the movies as products, not as pieces of storytelling or art. And that's going to short circuit any of the talented people that you would get on board who actually could hit the lightning in a bottle moment.
that's fair, though. I don't think I was. Okay, I might have worded it in a way that would make you think I meant it like that. But that is clearly, obviously, not what I would. Given that's me, I would. That's not what I meant.
Right? No, I know, but that was the biggest mistake that DC made, even from within your more charitable framework, because they treated the movies as stepping stones to $1 billion instead of movies that are actually going to move and resonate with people and work as pieces of art on their own merits.
Yeah, that's fair. Again, I think also the issue is, well, to be fair, it's not that, okay, this is going to sound weird coming from me, and I'll explain it and what I mean.
Mhm.
I think, like, for some of the early movies of the DCEU, specifically, like, Man of Steel, BVS, Suicide Squad, right? Those first three.
Mm-hmm.
I think the big kind of issue with them was that the directors were given a little too much creative control. And what I mean by that is I think their styles didn't exactly jive or work with the IPs that they were working on.
Well, we're far from the first people to bring this up. But the problem with Zack Snyder, apart from his Randian objectivist bullshit, which is, I maintain, a significant problem if you're doing a Superman movie, is that he liked the 80s Elfworlds, he liked the 80s Elfworld stories like Frank Miller, Alan Moore, and so on, which worked really insanely well with Watchmen because that's what Watchmen is. It is that 80s edgy Elfworlds story. The problem is you can't run the entire DC universe. And to be fair to Zack Snyder, this is not isolated to just the movies, because the comics, especially during the New 52 era, had this problem too. They tried to take what worked in things like Watchmen, V for Vendetta, Dark Knight Returns, etc., and make it the standard for the whole universe. But you can't make the entire universe starting with the basis of subversion and edgelord schlock. If you try, especially with more optimistic characters like Superman, it's going to die on its ass,
Right.
which it did.
Granted, you know what? Fuck it. I am going to talk a little bit some of the ideas I have had for the revised DCU.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I haven't worked on it in a while, and the ideas are still there, and I want to get them out.
Mm-hmm.
So the first ever kind of rewrite I did was more so a rewrite of the second half of Man of Steel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where I had Martian Manhunter show up.
Mm-hmm.
Who, idea-wise, that he was inspired by Superman coming in and, agreeing to go to Zod and all that. And decided to stop hiding and kind of become a hero. So you have two, and mainly I'm just working on a lot of plot threads and stuff they always left hanging or mentioned or whatever in the DCEU is kind of the whole thing. And okay, I said I'm working within the purview of all the movies that came out, and that is true, but I am adding movies as well, just for context sake. Like, I did a Batman 1 that's supposed to go in between, probably 2014, 2015, depending, like before BVS.
Mm-hmm.
That is supposed to, explain why Batman is as brutal as he is in BVS.
Which, hold on a second. When was BVS actually originally released? Was that late 2015? I think it may have been.
No, it was 2016.
Was it? Okay.
So yeah, no, I remember when it came out and I've told this story.
Oh, right, because Civil War was like 2 months after it, and was like, oh, here, this is how you do this.
Yeah. Sorry.
And then
Good.
Doctor Strange was November.
Right.
Jeez.
I was gonna.
It's been so long.
Yeah. About a decade, actually.
Jesus Christ, I'm old.
Yes, you are. Fuck, was it? Right. Yeah, it was supposed to be set. Well, like the movie would have been released in like 2014, 2015, depending. Before BVS, as like a prequel, and again to set up Batman as a character for BVS to happen. So I'm not upset that they had the movie. It's just more so nothing really felt organic in that movie.
Well, and to be fair, that was probably inevitable because, to call back to what I was saying before, the reason why the Superman versus Batman fight works in Dark Knight Returns is because that is a version of Superman and a version of Batman that have established history. You can't really do that as their first meeting, because part of what makes Batman's contingencies as effective as they are is he's had time to study Clark and knows not only his physical weaknesses, but also knows what kind of person he is, and therefore what moves he's going to make and what types of gimmicks he's going to pull.
Okay. Sorry. I don't know why the fuck I'm tired. No, I woke up at 6 today, so.
Oh dear Lord, you need to learn how to sleep in when you can.
Okay, I don't. Sometimes I do, but then it's just random. Like I went to bed at like 10 last night. I randomly woke up at midnight and had a conversation half asleep with someone in with my uncle, and then I woke up at fucking 6, and I've been up ever since. So I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me. I don't think I'm narcoleptic or I'm like insomniac, because I've had a steady sleep schedule for the last year.
That's why I say you need to learn how to sleep in when you can, at least.
I don't.
I would suggest taking a sleeping pill, but I know you can't do pills very well, so there's that.
Also, I don't trust sleeping pills.
Depending on the pill, I can see a point there. There are ones that are a lot easier on you, but again, you have an issue when it comes to taking medication. So I'm,
Actually, I have
everything else is moot if you can't take pills.
I mean, it's not so much of a problem if I get it right, but yeah. I did have the for BVS. It's, for one thing, nixing Darkseid in my idea, right?
Mm.
Not Darkseid. Doomsday.
Yeah,
because
of all the things that movie needed, taking its ending from Death of Superman, when this is only Superman's second movie, is not one of them.
Although, okay, so backtracking, in the Man of Steel one, I don't have Superman kill Zod for obvious reasons,
because that's stupid and out of character and makes no fucking sense.
But because of the addition with Martian Manhunter, because it would have been a 2v1 with and Superman fighting Zod.
Mm-hmm.
Martian Manhunter brain blasts him, leaving him comatose, which leaves him open to returning later if we want, or if Michael Shannon, the actor, wants to reprise the role of the character.
Mm-hmm.
Then BVS, just because there was like some early concept art, I'm not using it because it was stupid looking concept art.
Mm-hmm.
Metallo as kind of a central antagonist, or not a antagonist in terms of facing the philosophies of the heroes.
Mm-hmm.
That's Lex Luthor. who I would turn more into a actual credible threat and not a fucking joke. And I would keep Jesse Eisenberg because I think he could do well in that role. He just has to be given genuinely good material to work with.
Well, I mean, he's played a Lex Luthor type character before, like J. Daniel Alice or Atlas in Now You See Me was very much the I'm 500 steps ahead of you type character, and
Yeah.
he played Mark Zuckerberg in The Social Network, which, by the way, that movie kicks all sorts of ass for a biopic like for a biopic based on a true story movie. That movie kicks ass, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay,
But
so I'm sorry.
Yeah, that definitely covers, though. The reason I bring up him playing Zuckerberg in Social Network is that definitely covers the genius businessman aspect of Lex. And honestly, I know you have a different ending in mind and stuff, but what I would have done, given the premise of working with BVS, is in the same way Batman has his anti-Kryptonian power suit for the Versusing, which wasn't long enough in BVS, but that's neither here nor there. I would have had Lex design his own anti-Kryptonian suit.
I don't disagree with you there. I honestly would have just had that build up to like maybe the third Superman movie or something.
Yeah, again, it runs into the problem of Zack Snyder liked Dark Knight Returns, and he liked the death of Superman. So rather than consider why those two things work, he just jammed them into one movie.
So, sorry, just going off Cliff Notes of BVS, because I am still writing that, but I have like a general outline in my head of how it all goes. It's just like typing it down is kind of the issue. So the Metallo, because I'm using it's the guy in the wheelchair from the original BVS that becomes Metallo.
Huh.
That just seems the most logical choice in my head.
I mean, yeah, it makes more sense than the actual plot of the movie.
Yeah. And Lex Luthor was like, I'm the most proud of writing Lex Luthor currently in the BVS rewrite I'm doing, because I added so many interesting layers to him. One thing, I did make him a conniving little shit.
Well, yeah, because
I
you're playing the Eisenberg card
right.
where it lies, essentially.
Just writing the dialogue for that character too was so fun, actually. So I'm gonna be honest, I don't write a lot of villains, especially like smart villains. So it was just a welcome change of pace for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I added like extra elements to his backstory as well, and I've told Dolan about this like a long time ago, like a year ago when I started it.
Mm-hmm.
But I made it that his grandfather, because it made connection that in the movie, actually, it's like his father apparently was in Munich or Germany, right?
Yeah.
During the Second World War. So they made mention of waving flowers at a tyrant.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume that, but I made it to his grandfather because the timeline kind of didn't make sense, because if this was set in 2016, then apparently Lex would be a little older than he looks.
Yeah, Lex would either have to be older, or he would have had to have been Lex Luthor Jr.
Yeah. Well, no, he was Junior. That actually, I think they made point to mention that before.
Yeah, they did actually mention it, which good for them, but still, timeline.
Idea-wise, that his grandfather was a German scientist in World War II, but was forced to flee Germany because of the Third Reich, because he was Jewish. And his grandfather helped with the Manhattan Project, or, well, Oppenheimer with the nuclear bomb.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a specific... Hold on, I'm going to pull it up, because there was a line that just I've always loved that I've wrote for that.
Hmm.
Sorry if I'm being like super gushy about all this. I don't get to talk about my work a lot, so it's like like when I write. So if I have a chance to do it, hold on. Okay, okay. Okay, Lex mentions his grandfather after the Great Depression in Germany. Things would prove rather difficult to be. His grandfather was one of the most brilliant minds of his generation. However, what he would find after the Great Depression in Germany, things would prove rather difficult to be recognized for his achievements due to him lighting a menorah, and was a man of faith that was villainized by a pompous Austrian art school dropout.
I remember this speech. Although to be fair, he didn't drop out. He never got in the first place.
So art school reject actually would make more sense then.
Yeah, reject rather than yeah. Which slight tangent here, but imagine being like the dean of that art school, like the day after Hitler is elected. Hitler is elected chancellor. Oh, scheiß. Uber scheiß.
Right. Okay, I do want to read the rest of this little monologue I wrote.
Mm-hmm.
Though Germany's loss was the U.S.'s gain, as Lex's grandfather would help Oppenheimer finish the Manhattan Project. Well, okay, I don't think it was the Manhattan Project specifically. I think it was. I don't remember the official name, but thus allowing a tyrant to be deposed and everyone wanting a piece of the American dream, and all because his grandfather refused to wait for salvation and stood against forces greater than him.
Mm-hmm.
Again, he's just.
Of course, the natural response is, are you trying to say there's a parallel between Superman and Hitler?
Well,
Because,
okay,
of
that
course,
goes into his whole thing of not relying on the kindness of monsters. Because, okay, here's the thing. I'm going to say, weirdly enough, there are moments in a lot of the DCEU movies that are interesting and have a lot of potential.
there are ideas in them that could work if they had just been actually like implemented instead of just hinted at. It could have gone much better.
Right.
But that would have required someone occasionally telling Zack Snyder that he wasn't God's gift to cinema.
Right. And one of the changes, I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. I am keeping that Superman is killed by the end of the movie by Metallo, which I think is more of a fitting.
Which, correct me if I'm misremembering this, but you ended up with the kryptonite bullet thing, right?
It was either that or it was Luthor who developed the spear, and Metallo uses it to kill him. I'm uncertain of either. I'm still working on that. Like I know.
Well, this is one of those annoying. This is one of those annoying similar things with the first Suicide Squad. There was reference to there being a kryptonite bullet in like the character introduction scene in Suicide Squad, or one of the character introduction scenes.
That wasn't the first Suicide Squad. That was the Suicide Squad by James Gunn, referencing Bloodsport.
Okay, but in any case, one, Metallo after this should definitely be in Suicide Squad as written. but two, that would be an interesting line to use if you decide to go with the kryptonite bullet thing. Anyway, we should probably move on because we still have one more article to do and then a trailer.
Yeah, fair enough. Although one last thing. I have that towards the end of the first act, Batman and Superman find out their identities. And this is before the gala scene. So the whole debate, which is going to be expanded on between Clark and Bruce at Lex Luthor's gala or charity event, right? Is going to have that undertone that they are speaking and having this argument directly. It's not dancing.
That they know. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just proud of that.
Not for nothing, but to once again reference possibly the greatest DC content of all time, which is the Paul B. Nevers Tim DC animated universe.
Mm-hmm.
I do love the scene in the nightclub where Superman uses his X-ray vision to peek, and Batman is almost offended at the fact that he cheated. Kind of the "you peeked" line. I love that. I've always loved that.
The way I was going to do it was Batman who gives first, says he knows who Superman is, and then Superman peeks. Because, I mean, this is 3 years, and like keeping in timeline-wise, BVS is 3 years after, and Batman's been watching Superman this whole time. He would know. He would know.
He would, but I don't know. I don't know if I like that or not, honestly.
Well, either way, it leads to the same thing of them having that major discussion through the guise of the interview of Clark interviewing Bruce about the view of Superman, and them having that debate at the gala.
Does Lex still do his show-offy stick with like mock introducing them?
I don't know. I do have a better way of implementing Wonder Woman, that she is working with she's like a founder of a charity thing for like that helps like women and children in disaster area and disaster after disasters, which is Metropolis currently.
Yeah, I mean that certainly makes sense for Diana.
Yeah, it's actually named after the god. It's supposed to be named after the goddess of motherhood in Greek culture,
Hera. Or are you thinking of the goddess of Hearthfire, which is Hestia?
Hold on, I'm looking. I have it written down somewhere. I write down a lot of shit, so give me a second.
I feel bad for Hera in Greek mythology because she's the freaking goddess of marriage, and yet she is the most succinctly and continuously cuckolded of all the deities. Because despite all of the bastards that Zeus has with mortals and other gods, they don't actually, to the best of my recollection, have a child with each other. And there's even one time in the case of Athena where Zeus technically has the child by himself because he eats his previous wife, and she gives birth inside Zeus, and then Athena cracks through Zeus's skull and is born that way.
Okay, so it's the Leto project, the Titan goddess and mother of the twin gods Apollo and Artemis, goddess of motherhood, modesty, and demureness.
Anyway, we should move forward because we still have this article to finish and the next one to do, and then the trailer.
Yeah, okay. Stand up and fight for Snyderverse on July 11th. One Reddit user posted, fight for Snyderverse on the Imposter Superman release date. Jesus Christ.
I mean, Okay, here's the thing. I hated the Snyderverse, and I still do, because Zack Snyder tried to make a universe by combining all of the standalones that are supposed to subvert universes. And that was never going to work, even if he was a good director, which he can be from time to time, but wasn't when he was overseeing the Snyderverse. And two, Zack Snyder is a Randian objectivist, and he can't, or at least he didn't, um, get outside of himself enough to understand that different characters have different philosophical worldviews. And as a result, he ended up trying to make Superman a Randian objectivist character, even though Superman is literally about idealism, altruism, and compassion almost to a fault, which are straight up the opposite of Randian objectivism in most cases. That being said, I agree that Henry Cavill got shafted, and I would have liked to have seen him play Superman as Henry always wanted to play him, but Zack wouldn't let him. So yes, I do. Even though I hated the Snyderverse, and I thought it was better once the Snyderverse ended and the soft reboot happened with things like Aquaman, Wonder Woman, both Shazam movies, and Black Adam. That being said, Henry Cavill was made in a lab to be Superman, and he didn't get a chance to because Zack Snyder is a Randian objectivist dickhead and doesn't have any respect for the idealism, altruism, or universalistic compassion that epitomizes Superman. So I can understand the salt from the Snyder Bros, even though I hate the Snyderverse. I also can understand it because I remember when James Gunn first announced his reboot of the universe, and I wished, and I still wish, that they had done the soft reboot thing that stuff like Wonder Woman, Aquaman, and the Shazam movies were already doing, rather than doing a hard reboot, especially because they didn't do a complete hard reboot because they kept people like Viola Davis and John Cena and stuff. Like, I can understand Peacemaker, but one, there are dozens of plus size actors who could have played a better Amanda Waller than Viola Davis. Or, assuming she wanted to stay, someone somewhere should have insisted that just like we have method actors, male method actors doing the weight loss or weight gain thing, she should have had to as well. I don't understand why we don't hold actresses to the same standard as actors in that regard. Like, people like Christian Bale, when he played Batman, put on a ton of weight for the character. As a counterpoint to that, Joaquin Phoenix lost like 100 pounds to play Arthur Fleck convincingly. I don't understand why, if Viola Davis was the best actress you could get for the role, no one said to her, okay, Viola, you have to put on weight for this character. It is as necessary as a guy playing the Kingpin putting on weight would be, or somebody playing the Penguin would be, etc. Moving on. Did we lose Brainstormer? We may have lost him. Fuck. Or he's just AFK for a sec.
No,
Okay.
I'm back. I was just getting a drink.
Okay. But yeah, I understand the salt from the Snyder Bros, even though I don't like the Snyderverse. Because Henry got shafted and never got to play the character as Henry knew full well he should play him. Except for like in the couple of scenes in Man of Steel when he's actually allowed to smile for 5 seconds. I do like the confrontation scene with the general where he breaks the handcuffs. That's probably the most like organic Henry Cavill Superman we ever got, because that was the one moment where playing Superman as written actually benefited Henry rather than hindered him. But being that as it may, I understand the salt with the Snyderverse bros, even though I don't like the Snyderverse, because of Henry and because of I don't like the idea of a hard reboot when a soft reboot will do.
Hey,
But
Dom.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm just sorry. I just I mean, if you want to finish your thought, please. But we do.
Yeah.
Again,
The point is, I can understand where the Snyder Bros are coming from, even though I disagree with them, because this is frankly some shady shit that went down. The like blacklisting of Henry Cavill, the hard reboot when a soft reboot would have done just as well. The shooting in the foot of Black Adam, Blue Beetle, and Shazam 2 by releasing the next phase of the DC Universe thing prior to those 3 movies coming out. All of this was extremely shady shit. And while I will admit that James, at least as the title indicates, is more polite to controversies within fandom than most people have been lately, I still want to point out and emphasize, James, you can't really afford to lose any portion of your audience, because DC's been treading water since 2013, and it's not looking good for you at the moment anyway.
Okay. When we get to the next article, I might just do a quick off the top head of how I would do the DCU. And if you want to do one of your own, you do one too, Don.
Yeah.
Just because I feel like just even our most random thoughts might be kind of better.
Right. Like
Obviously,
honest, yeah. But we'll get there when we get there, I guess.
Anyway, I do think it's a bit overzealous on their part with this whole thing. To be fair,
I also think, and I've said this before, and I will say it again, that Black Adam was released in 2023. It is now 2025. That is much too quickly to do a full-on hard reset reboot. I still maintain that the sensible thing for Warner Brothers to do would be put things on a shelf until around 2030, and then make plans for 2038, so that you could have actually had a 100-year anniversary of the DC Universe version of the DC Universe. And it also would have had the added, positive effect of giving people some time to cool off between the Henry Cavill sniping, the Black Adam sniping, and the nonsensical sort of spitballing and brainstorming phase that it really feels like James Gunn was doing when they forced him to do the first half of Phase 1 thing. It really does feel like the executives insisted on him coming out and telling what he had planned. And I can tell because he did literally only just do the first half of the first phase, which if this were a planned thing, he probably would have had the entire phase done. Moving on, though.
Yeah. Here's what we can do to make a difference. 1, post spoilers everywhere. People are less likely to see or enjoy the movie if it's already spoiled. 2, leave bad rating on review sites. We know for sure gun bots will post fake positive reviews, so we must let people know the truth and balance the bias out with realistic scores. Reserve tickets online, but don't complete the purchase. By selecting and reserving tickets, it gets taken out of the pool for a period of time, which means this has a chance of stopping gun bots from buying tickets. Okay, see that's a bit much.
I also think the review thing is a little bit much, because
But I
You
meant
have-
all. I meant those. Yeah, I meant those two. Like those.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
That's come on.
yeah, the review thing is nonsensical because you haven't seen the thing yet. Like, I also think there might be some cracks in the marble already showing. You can look back in the history of this podcast and you will see that I have been very critical of some of the decisions of the James Gunn reboot. But I'm still going to see the thing, and if they manage to make something good and or forestall a lot of the creative problems that I've seen in recent months, I will be happy to be wrong, and I will honestly review the thing. If the cracks in the marble are exactly what I think they're going to be, and it ends up kind of tanking the thing, I am also going to be honest about that. But you, random Snyder dude, Snyder bro, are already planning to leave negative reviews even though you have not seen the thing. That worries me and is completely and utterly disingenuous. And frankly, to kind of tip my hat to your side a little bit, if the problems that I've foreseen with it based on the behind the scenes stuff and the conceptualization of the new DCU and stuff, if those problems do in fact exist and they don't manage to fix them, the movie will be plenty bad by itself. You don't need to help it.
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
Okay. The Reddit user added that Gunn fired the first shot that killed the Snyderverse, and here's our chance to. Did I? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, it's weird.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Just felt like I read that already.
No, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, the Reddit user added that Gunn fired the first shot and killed the Snyderverse, and here's our chance to take the fight back to. Okay, so I want to point this out. Snyderverse was dead on arrival, basically.
That, and like the movies that were coming out in like between 2020 and 2023 were not Snyderverse movies. They were the soft reboot version. Stuff like Aquaman, stuff like Wonder Woman, stuff like the Shazam movies, stuff like Black Adam. That is about as far away from the Snyderverse's tone as you could feasibly get. Although, and I will re-emphasize this, I think doing the soft reboot kind of tonal shift makes more sense than doing a hard reboot. In the same way as the first two Thors were utter shit, and so they switched the tone up for Ragnarok, and that massively improved the movie.
I disagree, but moving on.
But yeah, but that kind of soft rebooting without necessarily rebooting, I think works better, or would have worked better if they had gone with The Rock's version of things rather than James Gunn's. That being said, someone at some point would have had to tell Dwayne that Black Adam is not a Superman villain. He is a Shazam villain. The fight that the fans actually want to see is him versus the Shazam family.
Well, either that or Justice League villain. Depending.
Yeah, but point being, I don't care what Dwayne Johnson's ego wanted, even if he was successful enough to warrant being the new head of DC. The Rock is not a Superman, or rather, Black Adam is not a Superman villain. He is a Shazam villain / Captain Marvel villain.
Hey, Dalton?
Yeah, moving on.
Yeah, sorry. I don't mean to cut you off, obviously. I just... Time, you know?
Yeah.
You responded with a short takedown. I think we will survive. I'm not sure the 8 people that listen to that guy, I'm going out on a limb and guess it's a guy, are going to impact the course of events. The director then elaborated on the topic in a new interview with Rolling Stone, saying, "I don't mind it. I think it's good. I think you don't want to have everybody root for you. And I have an actor who reads everything online. I won't say who it is, but he'll read this article and he'll know who it is. It's one of the top 5 in Superman. This actor gets so upset over things he'll say." I said, "First of all, you realize that the trailer came out and the reaction was 97, 98% positive. These people help us because you don't want everything to seem 100% positive."
I don't know about the trailer being 97% positive thing, James.
I'm
I saw a lot of people kind of in my same headspace of he shouldn't be that thin skinned when it comes to interviews and shit.
I don't think he was thin skinned, but okay. Anyway, it's all right to have an opposing force every once in a while. Continued. Some of the things get ridiculous. I just know that every time something comes out, it doesn't matter how positively received, there's going to be something that is of great controversy. It was great controversy that the Sun caused Superman pain. The upcoming Superman stars David Cornsworth as Man of Steel, a role famously played by Henry Cavill in Snyder's previous DC universe. Gunn revealed inexorably after taking over DC Studios that he had touched base with Snyder and there were no hard feelings between them. Earlier this month, in an interview with Fandango, Gunn even revealed that he consulted with Snyder when it came to designing the new Superman suit and whether or not to add the red trunks.
Okay, that's interesting. That I did not know. That does kind of make sense though, given that the basis for the suit, I believe, is one of the like standalone subversive stories that James Gunn, or rather that Zack Snyder tends to like. So that does actually kind of make sense.
One of the biggest questions was, were we going to have trunks or were we going to not have trunks? Gunn said, Dr. Zack Snyder, who was like, "I tried a billion different ways with the trunks, and at the end of the day, I tried it, but I just couldn't get there." And I was feeling exactly the same way. Theoretically, I like the idea of the trunks because it's Superman I grew up with. Okay. Superman opens in theaters July 11th from Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
So
okay.
weird.
Next article.
That was a weird ending.
Yeah. Okay. This is just a general thing with this show, guys. Half of the articles will go on and fucking on because they like hearing their own like writing voice, and the other half of the articles will just drop dead out of fucking nowhere, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's very much a crapshoot. You either get articles that go on forever, or you get articles that are literally a paragraph more than the headline and then die.
Right. Okay. So this one, I think you sent, right? Or did I send it?
I believe I did. Yeah. This is the Iron Man didn't have to wow out of the gate thing, right?
Yeah, I think they changed the name for it though when I found it. So, James Gunn addressed the pressure on Superman to launch the DC universe. It's written by Andy Behepbacht, published June 16th, 2016. 2025. I'm sorry. I'm tired.
Oh dear, you must be really tired if you're in the
June 16th,
look like one phase.
That's what I meant to say.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway.
Actually, okay, I'm both tired and I wasn't paying attention for the moment, so because I was trying to look up something real quick, so I apologize for that.
But in any case, moving on.
Superman movie director James Gunn gets brutally honest about the pressure being placed on his DC Universe movie following the conclusion of the DCEU movie timeline. DC Studios has been working actively on their new DCU franchise, which will introduce a new era through Gunn and Peter Safran's story reboot. But with Superman being the first major DC Studios film, there has been a lot of debate, both in the industry and among fans, about how crucial it is for the movie to succeed, as it will serve as a foundation for the DCU.
It's pretty freaking important, James. I hate to break it to you, but you're not living in the same world as they were living in when the first Iron Man came out.
Right. Okay, so I'm sorry. I do want to point. Just side tangent regarding DCEU.
Mm-hmm.
Flash was kind of supposed to be its end, right?
I believe so.
More or less.
Yeah.
Basically, DCEU went out on a whimper, or a limp.
Yeah, they were treading water the whole time, and it got to the point that they just couldn't tread more water anymore.
To be fair, I'm working on a Flash movie that does keep the multiverse thing. I know, obviously, it would make more sense not to do that for the first movie of a Flash movie, but I'm playing the ball where it lies. Granted, I am doing what they should have done, which it seems so fucking stupid that they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Flash of Two Worlds.
Yeah.
I know you're not the biggest fan of that. Granted, again, my idea works on the fact that there is a Justice Society in the original, in the DCEU Earth.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that this one is kind of the Justice Society more or less in their prime. It's post World War II, but you know what I mean, right? Like,
I just don't like I just don't like
separating them.
I don't like separating Earth 1 and Earth 2.
Yeah,
granted, I know there are timeline issues if you don't, because Diana might be immortal and Clark, at least biologically, is quasi-immortal, but Bruce, of course, ages like a normal person.
Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, I came up with cameos for my version that would have shown up, like little snippets of stuff to pay homage to a lot of DC cinematic history. So Jay and okay, so context wise, it's revolved around the idea that I'm having the main villain be Dr. Alchemy.
Interesting choice.
Well, he teams up with the speedster villain of Earth 2, the Rival, who's like the Reverse Flash for Jay Garrick. And their plan is basically use the Speed Force as a conduit to power the Philosopher's Stone that Alchemy has.
Okay.
The plan that is proposed to the Rival is to ascend him to godhood so he can control the multiverse and basically take it all over. But because
basically turn him into the Anti-Monitor or something.
Yeah, something like that. But because they're both villains teaming up, obviously they're going to betray each other. So
yeah, the backstabbing is inevitable.
So it ultimately is the plan to have Dr. Alchemy wants to turn himself into that god, like being.
Yeah, of course. I mean, to be fair, if alchemy is his thing, I can understand why having to use the Philosopher's Stone on somebody else would be annoying.
Yeah. So Jay and Barry are racing through the Speed Force after the Rival, and see glimpses into other worlds, right? You got the CW Flash running through Central City. the cast of the Justice League Mortal movie, the canceled one,
Mm-hmm.
walking forward with the rising sun behind them, obviously an homage to the Justice League cartoon intro.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're going to roll your eyes at this one, but Superman Lives Nicolas Cage Superman leaping over tall buildings in a single bound.
Of course.
And Batman Beyond soaring through Neo Gotham's grand cyberpunk sky towers under the neon lit sky.
Which, okay, this is a complete sidebar within a sidebar.
Mm-hmm.
But did you know that they were gonna do an animated Batman Beyond movie with the art style of the Spider-Verse?
Dude, that fuck. I don't know. Did I ever send any? I could have sworn I might have sent something for us to cover, and we never did. Might have been a while ago, but
yeah, probably. But point being,
pissed me off to no end.
Yeah. Point being, this is why I'm skeptical of, among many other reasons. This is why I'm skeptical of James Gunn's Superman working, because Warner Brothers has a superhuman ability to do literally the opposite of what they should do at every given interval. Because at no point should the reaction to Batman Beyond, but done in the style of the Spider-Verse movies, been anything other than shut up and take my money, here is your green light check. That should have been the easiest thing in the world to go, yes, give me that 1,000 times.
Right. So, okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to gush, but to be fair, I've been meaning to ask you about these ideas, and I just like talking about this stuff because it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a pre-credit and post-credit scene, like Marvel does, right?
Yeah.
So I have Jay Garrick sitting at the JSA table conversing with members of the GSA, recapping the events of the movie. After finishing talking, it reveals the members of the JSA that he's speaking to. And I have the cameos here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Routh as Superman.
Okay.
Michael Keaton as Batman.
He's a bit old for it at this point, but sure. To be fair, I had the same criticism of the actual Flash movie we got.
Yeah.
I know that for people that are like a decade or so older than me, he is Batman. But to everyone in my generation and below, Kevin Conroy was and shall always be Batman.
Agreed. Adrian Palicki as Wonder Woman, because she was supposed to be Wonder Woman in that Joss Whedon Wonder Woman series that never got off the ground.
Right, I vaguely remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I figured I'd go with that here, just because she, would have been interesting. Emmett J. Scanlon as the Spectre, because he voiced the character. He is an actual actor. He's done a lot of acting, but he was the voice of the Spectre in that DC Showcase animated short.
Small tweak here, because they never got to do this storyline, but you should have gone with the guy who played Jim Corrigan on Constantine. Because they never got to do the Spectre, and they were setting up the Spectre even in the finale of Constantine, and god damn it, I hate that show ended too soon.
And Oded Frere as Dr. Fate.
I mean, that could work, yeah.
I guess just cameos,
I was expecting them to be younger, because you said it was just after the war. So but never
that's
mind.
fair. I think I was just trying to make sure people they were fans that would see these cameos and like them. So
I mean, I will never decry Oded Frere as Dr. Fate. There's a reason why in my hypothetical fan casted Dr. Fate movie, he is the voice of Naboo. But in an effort to kind of evoke the same energy as the Pierce Brosnan version, but younger, I have maintained since that movie came out that Matt Smith should be Kent Nelson in his prime, and Rebecca Ferguson should be his Enza.
Right. And then I had a post-credit scene. I think it was supposed to lead to the Crisis of Infinite Earths storyline or something like that, or actually could have just been another Flash movie. Oh no, yeah, it was for like a thing where. Okay, I'm just gonna read the full thing entirely here. Post-credit scene: Flash driving through Central City, but some blue and white blur of lightning passed past him, causing him to chase down this unknown speedster. Rest of the city, Flash eventually corners the speedster, it being Max Mercury, played by Dennis Quaid, who is more often the fan cast for Jake Garrick. But because I was going with a younger one for the Earth 2, or whatever Earth this would, because it would technically be an Earth 2, but, comparatively, that's Josh Howard, the guy who played Prince Charming in Once Upon a Time.
You mean Josh Dallas?
Josh Dallas, sorry. Yeah, I meant Josh Dallas, sorry. I'm tired.
I am surprised that I still remember to this day who played Charming on Once Upon a Time.
That's not that surprising. Let's be fully honest.
Then again, I devoted 7 years of my life to that horrible show. So I should at least have something to show for it.
Vibrating, crackling with Speed Force energy, he's frantic and out of breath. Speaks to the Flash, calling him Barry, with Flash demanding who he is. This confuses Max, who immediately understands they traveled back too early. Regardless, he says his name is Max, and he needs to tell the Scarlet Speedster about Thawne's plan. It involves Kid Flash, and Barry needs to be there for the kid when he needs him most. But before Max could finish speaking, a tear in space and time, a yellow-suited Flash appears and pulls Max through the tear, with him screaming out, "Don't let Wally kill the Piper," and then disappearing, leaving Flash alone, concern etched into his face as he tries to understand what just happened.
Anyway, we should continue with the article.
Sorry,
I know, but I don't want you to fall asleep on stream because I have no capacity to shut the stream off if you do. So
yeah. Okay. During a new interview with Rolling Stone. Sorry. Okay. During an interview with Rolling Stone, Gunn was asked about how he works under the pressure of people having expectations of the DCU and DC Studios' entire future could be riding on the new Superman film. However, Gunn made it clear how he doesn't see Superman as just a single piece of the machinery that is DC Studios, as he shared the following. Really, I just go, that's their business, because that's not the truth for me. My truth is that this is the first movie out of DC Studios. Other people may say it's going to be a home run, nothing else. I'm like, no, I'd be very happy with a double effing Iron Man. Wasn't the be all and end all. It wasn't Avatar. We are doing something that's a piece of the puzzle.
Okay, but James, we don't live in the same cultural landscape as we did in 2008. This is the problem. And what's more, James, you're not playing with Phase 1 of Marvel either. I can understand this up to a point, but my fucking god, man, this is you being an ostrich. DC has been treading water since 2013. Reboots of reboots, etc., and so on. And this is the most recent of those. And what's more, had this happened back in like 2013, like if they had gone to James Gunn instead of Zack Snyder, and therefore this could have been the first go round of DC. Presumably, you'd still have Henry rather than David, but that's neither here nor there. But assuming we can, snap our fingers and go over to the multiverse where this happened in 2013, I could understand this attitude. Because at that point in 2013, Avengers had just, recently come out a year before, and the like Guardians movies and Winter Soldier were just about to come out in 2014. So had you said this in 2013 when Man of Steel came out, assuming again that they got you instead of Zach, I could understand this attitude. But ever since Endgame, Marvel has been treading water, and Marvel was in a much better place to start off with than DC has been. Whereas DC has been teetering on the edge of disaster since Man of Steel and haven't stopped teetering on the edge of disaster ever since because Warner Brothers is so nervous and so desperate to make a success of things, they shoot themselves in the foot at every interval. And what's more, again, like in 2013, you could have said this because in 2013, everything superhero genre related was still very fresh and very new and very much an unexplored bit of potential. But we don't live in 2013 anymore, James. It's 2025. And in 2025, DC has had 3 or 4 tries at making a universe so far, and they fail every single time. And what's more, everything post Endgame, even with the one that started it all, which is Marvel, has been an utter crapshoot. And if we just confine our analysis to the last year and a half, every movie that Marvel has put out in the last year to year and a half, like after Deadpool and Wolverine, has landed somewhere in the mid 400 range. Quantumania was that same way. Cap 4 was that same way. Thunderbolts was that same way, and may I be struck by lightning if I'm wrong about this, but I fully suspect that Fantastic Four will also be roughly in that same ballpark of profitability. Namely, that it will probably be a bomb, all things considered. And yet you, James, are acting like you can just snap your fingers and erase all of the mistakes that DC has done since 2013, and therefore be in a much better place. And you think you can somehow erase what Marvel has failed to do pretty much since the TV shows came online with WandaVision and Loki. And you can't, dude. Had you said this in 2008, I would have agreed with you. And if you had said this in 2013, I still probably would have agreed with you. But here and now, the superhero genre is maybe not dead, but it's certainly in a fucking coma. And you appear to be looking at it as though you can just completely in a bubble, completely in a box, do something with Superman and not have it relate to any of the previous mistakes DC has made or any of the mistakes Marvel has made, at the very least since the start of Phase 5, arguably a little bit earlier than that with Phase 4. So you are in about the worst position you can be. This is what I meant earlier when I said you need as much audience as you can get. You cannot afford to alienate anyone. Because even at the very start of the DCEU, Man of Steel only made about 570 million. And that was considered massive underperforming in 2013 money. And I don't know if you've had to buy groceries recently, James, but inflation is fucked entirely. There has been 12 years of inflation, and 7 of those years were doubled and tripled and quadrupled down by COVID and Bidenomics. So even if you manage to make exactly what the first Man of Steel made, which would be between 560, 570 million, that was underperforming in 2013 dollars and is utter farcical in 2025 dollars. So yes, James, you are literally basically at the end of your rope before you even started, because you're the guy they called to clean up the mess that was left after The Flash and and that whole rigmarole. So you do actually need to get it right. And I'm going to need you to take this a little bit seriously, because I don't want you to be standing there like a prize fighter who's just been knocked out going, what happened in a cartoon, when inevitably the movie is extremely flawed, like it appears it's going to be, and it bombs, and then you're surprised that people are reacting as though it bombed. Because the reason why Iron Man didn't have to be everything in 2008, James, was because nobody had tried what the MCU was going for at the time, and it had the benefit of being a relatively unknown character at the time and a really good first attempt, which you can't say about in 2025 with a character as big and iconic and household namey as Superman.
Alright.
Moving on.
Okay. It's not the puzzle itself. We have Peacemaker, we have Supergirl, and what we want to do is make a movie that people love. They feel connected to the characters. It's just this one movie. It's not everything. I hate it when there's a fucking article and it's going on about all the problems and blah, 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 blah. And that means even more pressure on James Gunn and Superman. I'm like, guys, I'm not responsible for all that. I'm responsible for my piece of the pie. I've got to make my budget back. I'm very happy with that. I'll be very happy with that.
James, what you just described is you don't like people reminding you of what is expected of you. And I'm sorry, James, but that doesn't change the fact that those expectations are there and they will be the standard you are held to, regardless. And honestly, if this is your attitude, I'm wondering how many obvious flaws you just let pass because, well, I don't have to make the best movie I possibly can. But no, James, no, you really do. You do actually need to understand this, and I will be as blunt as I can. You were brought in as a desperate last-ditch Hail Mary. You were already playing on hard mode on day fucking one. I wish it weren't so. I desperately wish. I really wish that they had come to you instead of Zack Snyder back in 2013. I think DC as a brand and comic book movies as a thing would be better off had they done so. But they didn't. We're not living in 2008. We're not living in 2013. We're not even living in 2018 at the height of Phase 3. We are living in 2025, and you are playing on the most desperate of hard modes. And I'm going to need you to come to terms with that, because otherwise this is going to be a bomb on par with the fucking Hindenburg.
Moving on. What James Gunn's Superman comments mean for the DCU. When it comes to Superman's success, it boils down to how it does both financially and critically, especially after Warner Brothers discovered his last batch of DC films struggled on both fronts. Something that is key from Gunn's commentary to take into account for Superman and future DCU projects, however, is that Iron Man and even the beginning of the MCU had to build up the franchise to become the billion-dollar hit it became. Back during Phase 1, not a single MCU movie made $1 billion until the Avengers in 2012, which is because Marvel Studios stuck to their plans for the franchise and slowly began to grow.
Which is true, but I hate to break it to you, it's not 2012 anymore. And unfortunately, DC isn't the only company shitting the bed anymore either. DC has been on life support since 2013, and I will continue to emphasize that. But now even the Golden Boy, now even the people who were doing it right aren't doing it right anymore. The last three Marvel movies have all massively underperformed and not even made it to $500 million. So I'm not convinced that this attitude of well, we'll just treat it like Iron Man again. Is going to bear very good fruit, because not only would it be touch and go for you to be successful anyway, especially after the Henry Cavill and Snyderverse drama, but also I hate to bring this factor up, but 2 weeks after Superman comes out, or actually a little bit less than that, like a week and a half after Superman comes out, the Fantastic Four is going to come out. Now, I don't suspect Fantastic Four will do very well either, because I suspect it will wind up in the same position as Thunderbolts at best and Captain America 4 at worst. But the fact that a movie in the same genre is coming out a week and a half after your movie comes out, James, means that you need to make sure that your movie has rewatch value. Because if it doesn't, or if it's insufferable to watch, you might be in a terrible situation. Frankly, what I find to be most likely in that scenario is both Fantastic Four and Superman underperform massively, and neither of them makes it to 500 million. That's what I suspect is going to happen. I suspect they're going to cannibalize each other's audience, and neither of them is going to be successful. And if I'm wrong, I will happily be wrong, because I don't like being the downer all the time. But if I'm right, we will have this clip for posterity.
Moving on.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a similar philosophy that comes through with Gunn's comments, when it relates to the Superman movie. As a solid financial success, along with positive reception, is obviously going to be a win for DC Studios, but not something that would mean the scrapping of other projects if it doesn't do well. While there is the perception that a major Hollywood blockbuster has to make $1 billion, Superman needs to earn at least a bit more than double its budget. But with the Superman marketing and ticket sales having gone off to a great start, the potential is definitely there.
I press X to doubt, because a lot of times the pre-sales don't actually materialize into actual sales.
How much more of this do we... Okay, we don't have a lot left for this. So, have you had any thoughts on how you do the DCEU? Just kind of take a slight tangent here.
I have been... I will start with my initial premise I said a little bit ago, which is rather than starting in 2025 after just ending in 2023, what they should have done is they should have done nothing DC related until 2030, and then in 2030 they should have had a meeting, and that meeting should have outlined the equivalent of a DC Universe Phase 1 to start in 2038 to coincide with the centennial creation of Superman.
Okay.
And it should be a golden age period piece set DC Universe.
So I'm not opposed to the golden age period piece deal, but I am not going to be as delusional as Dalton, thinking that we're going to wait as long, because that's not how they work.
It's not just because it works fan base wise. It also puts distance between the slighting of Henry Cavill and so forth.
I know that. I'm just pointing out that is not how a studio would work, because they want.
I didn't say it was plausible. I said it would be correct to do so.
Fair enough. But me playing the ball where it lies and trying to be more or less realistic on how it works. Well, for one thing, major thing, hold off on the Trinity or any of the characters that were used primarily in the DCEU, like Aquaman, the Flash, that kind of deal.
That also could help.
Right. And two major inspirations for this specific rebooted universe, right, would be DC: The New Frontier and Justice League International.
I do remember that era of the comics. That was a pretty good era of the comics. I believe that was the same. That was running at the same time that the Neil Gaiman Sandman was going. Because I remember in I think it's the issue Passengers. They referenced the JLI.
Give me 1 sec. Okay, it was late. Jesus, it went on. Okay, so it started from the late 1980s to early 2000s.
Yep, it went on a while.
Yeah. And I came up with a roster. Because of course I did. Not in a particular order, mind you. It was just like characters I think would be really cool and interesting to give spotlight to. You know. And these are all most of them are all more or less members of the Justice League International, but a little wiggle room there. We could add characters that have not been. So Martian Manhunter, just because honestly, the dude's gotten shafted since DCAU.
Yeah, it's insufferable that they've taken as long as they have to. And actually, are they even planning to do anything with John in
as far as
James Gunn's version of things?
I've not heard anything.
I haven't either. Shame on them.
All right, Mr. Miracle, because he is part of the JLI as well.
Yes, hence the scene in Passengers. Which, by the way, I know there's a lot of competition for this spot, but I think Passengers might be my favorite issue in the entire Neil Gaiman Sandman run.
Okay. Then Dr. Light, the heroic version. Can't remember her. I can't remember her full name or her whole name.
No, but I know who you mean. Yeah.
Fire and Ice, again, they're pretty prominent members of JLI. I'm going to keep Mr. Terrific just because, again, he's a cool character, and he's like, enlisting wise, he's considered the world's third smartest man. Obviously, it was like, honestly, I mean, technically he would be second because it's hard to tell with like Lex and Batman who's the smartest.
Well, and then there are people who might actually be smarter but are more conspiracy brained, like the Question.
Actually, he is on this list. He is on this list, actually.
Yeah, I maintain this. The only reason the Question isn't considered a better detective than Batman is because the Question is conspiracy brained. If the Question weren't as conspiracy brained as he is, he could detective the pants off of Batman.
All right. But yeah, no, he is on my roster for.
And obviously, back to mine for a second. Obviously, in case you didn't pick up on it yet, my goal would be to build up to the war years of the JSA, and the leader of the JSA in my version of things. And yes, this is me, so you probably saw this coming.
Dr. Fate.
Dr. Fate in his prime.
All right.
As played by Matt Smith, and his Enzo would be Rebecca Ferguson.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, I got a few more. Green Arrow, Black Canary. Just because I haven't really been touched on since since Arrow, and that was in 2018, so there's enough time already.
Yeah, it's odd that they haven't done anything with him yet.
Plus, I remember
especially given how popular Arrow is, or was, I should say. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. someone actually posted a video like last year that I watched saying that given how James Gunn operates, it would make a lot of sense that he should have a Green Arrow in the DCU. His whole writing style and stuff.
Especially given that, like, for as much as the modern day writers want to force their politics into every character's mouth, with Green Arrow it might actually work because Green Arrow is a well-established lefty in the comics and has
Honestly,
been for decades.
Right. My favorite, well, just because like he's the one I remember the most, is DCAU Green Arrow. Just how he works and operates and stuff.
Can we just take a moment and, for the sake of clarity, remind everyone just how well the Cadmus story arc was written?
Mm-hmm.
And when I say how well it was written, I'm not just saying in terms of like animation or comic book stuff or anything. I mean it in all seriousness. An action cartoon from the 90s and early 2000s was better written and more nuanced written than any modern day drama.
Right.
On TV or in movies. I swear to God.
So I did put a Green Lantern on here. Now, normally Guy Gardner is the Green Lantern for Justice League International, which makes me think James Gunn is building to that roster in some form or fashion with his DCU.
Yeah, it's still weird to have Nathan Fillion do that instead of Hal, but okay.
Yeah. But instead of doing Guy Gardner here, I'm doing Kyle Rayner because he is actually a pretty. Just because like he's a very underrated Green Lantern in my opinion. He's kind of had the Tim Drake effect.
Yeah, people always forget Kyle Rayner. I think just because a lot of people confuse him with Hal might be the reason.
Well, that is incredibly weird, just given how incredibly both different.
Right? No, they are. Yeah, they are different and stuff. It just I think it might be kind of similar to what happened when they first introduced Jason Todd. A lot of people didn't know that Jason wasn't Dick, so to speak.
Well, his original incarnate. Well, to be fair, the original version, where he had red hair, they basically did carbon paste Dick's story to him. Like he was a former acrobat and stuff.
Yeah, but yeah, it wasn't until later that they focused on what made Jason different.
And I did Animal Man as well as this roster.
Question: Are you leading up to taking influence from the Grant Morrison run?
Well, to be fair, Grant Morrison also did Justice League International, so
he did. I'm just saying because.
Well, okay.
I think Grant Morrison's run of Animal Man might be his single most iconic storyline as a character.
I've read Grant Morrison's Doom Patrol. Love that, by the way. Fantastic. I have seen videos and reviews of Animal Man, and it does seem good. I would actually have to get Animal Man and read it myself to decide on that. But more than likely,
it's on my list of things to pick up too, because like,
from what I gather, for one thing, it is the most prominent story of Animal Man.
Yeah. And if they adapted it into a movie, it would be trippy as fuck, and I mean that in the best possible way.
I honestly think it would make more sense to do a series, just given how expansive the story of Animal Man is. Correct?
The problem there is how much money are you willing to give this hypothetical series? Because
so
a lot of the later parts of the.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't mean to be rude about that. It's just like, okay, you might roll your eyes or not agree with me on this, but kind of keeping the idea of James Gunn of having to be somewhat multimedia.
Right.
I might go animation just to keep the trippiness of the visuals.
I mean, it's a little bit of an anticlimax, but it's better than butchering it, so Mm.
Okay, you need to get off your high horse about animation, motherfucker.
It's less impressive for an already drawn medium to just make those drawings move. I want to take them into reality. Not by grounding them unnecessarily, because groundedness can fuck off, but because we live in a world that is post James Cameron's Avatar, and we definitely have the CGI technology to do the trippy shit. It's just no one uses it for anything half the time.
Okay, I got a question then. Who the fuck would you have play Animal Man? Like modern day actors, right? Like the most current generation of actors.
I don't know in terms of, first of all, I don't know a lot of modern day actors. Second of all, I don't know Animal Man's personality well enough to make a guess at that.
Okay, never mind then. But yeah, and the reason why I use the New Frontier is obviously, like, honestly, I think this using the center, which is kind of the antagonistic force of the New Frontier. Plus, it's also a good kind of Silver Age. Like the comic is like, obviously, like, because I remember the animated movie the most. Fantastic, by the way. Recommend that. But the book, which I do, that is also on my list of things to get and read. It's because more or less it does seem like the DCU is adopting more like Silver Age kind of stuff, right?
Which I mean, given that it's James Gunn, that doesn't surprise me, because he is a man after my own heart when it comes to weird, trippy, out there, Silver Agey type shit. So
good. my thinking is, because it's supposed to kind of be the blend that answers the question of timeline wise, moving away from the golden age wartime stories and stuff, Pulp Adventures, all that, to the more Silver Age stuff that's going on, right?
Which obviously this would be a major difference between your attempt to do this and mine, because my attempt to do this would be diving straight into the golden aginess of it all. But
I know, but I also think the Silver Age doesn't. I know the Silver Age was kind of constricted given the Comics Code Authority and stuff, but I do think it produced some interesting things.
It did. I'm not knocking the Silver Age, and honestly, at the end of like the first couple decades of my idea for Golden Age movies, I would basically do what they did in the Absolute Justice two-parter of Smallville and have the Justice Society basically pass the torch to the Silver Age.
Yeah, okay. But I also think with like the roster I have, you get like a good mix of like all different genres of like superhero stories and just stories in general that can mix and intertwine. Plus, having Mr. Miracle on here does give you the New Gods, which is just such a missed opportunity because that's so grand and awesome.
Yeah, it's the New Gods is such a great concept, and I really wish somebody had actually done them, because here's the best thing about the New Gods. You get Jack Kirby at his most Kirby-esque, and you also get fucked up body horror, psychological torture nonsense, thanks to the Furies, thanks to Granny Goodness, and of course everything relating to Apocalypse.
We also get like this grand space opera sort of feel with the whole story itself.
While simultaneously still being one of Jack Kirby's most Jack Kirby designs. So you basically, and I still maintain that this was the most wasted opportunity they could have done with Eternals. The guy to do New Gods or to do Eternals should be Robert Rodriguez, because he's already kind of done like the cheapest possible version of that with the later Spy Kids movies and with Shark Boy and Lava Girl. So imagine what he could do with actual, money. Because
Mhm.
we've seen what he can do with actual money
Although
by way of Alita Battle Angel.
I do want to also point this out. I think just given how, for one thing, I've seen at the comic shops that I've gone to, there is
Mhm.
a compendium of Jack Kirby's Fourth World, and I want to get that so bad.
I'm guessing it's like $80 though.
I didn't look
Right.
at the price. I just saw it's big. It's almost like an omnibus
Yeah,
size
so it's probably somewhere in the vicinity of like $80.
or more.
Because
It's in
my two Game and Sandman omnibuses were like $80 a piece, and then the absolutes were also like $60 a piece for each volume so far.
Yeah, so at some point I'm gonna get that. I kind of got a big backlog of stuff I need to I got in my filing cabinet right now. So, but
Yep, like I mentioned to Brainstorm, and I think it was on Thursday. There are over 1,500 books in my Amazon Save for Later cart right now, and like a third of them are comic omnibuses and trades and stuff.
right. For the record, if I were to do New Gods, I think the logical thing would be to do a series, just given how grand and expansive the lore is. I would
Which
do
I
live
guess,
action.
which I guess you could put it on
Max.
HBO Max, but you'd still run into the problem of stupid amounts of money that it would be required to actually translate the thing.
Okay, Game of Thrones, Dune, Prophecy, those guys got big fucking budgets. I think New Gods can be fine. Especially if someone who knows what they're doing.
And Sandman ostensibly had money behind it, even though they didn't use half of the fucking. But
take a breath.
Regardless, yeah. So someone who actually knew how to stretch money, like say Robert Rodriguez, because he is the correct answer for who to get to do this.
He's very much like in his roots, like in his core, he is very much a guerrilla independent filmmaker. Because that's how he started out,
And
like,
given that he knows how to stretch a dollar, if you actually gave him a substantial amount of money, imagine what he could do with it.
Look at Alita Battle Angel.
Yeah, that which, by the way, I'm sorry, this is a complete sidebar, but James Cameron, I think I speak for basically every motherfucker on the internet when I say this. Stop wasting time with Avatar sequels and give us more Alita Battle Angel, goddamn you. Because that is a much better use of your talents, sir.
Honestly, don't get me wrong. I do think there's a specific brand of comic book properties that he can work with. I mean, he did Sin City, which was fucking fantastic. The first one, obviously.
Wait, was that Robert Rodriguez?
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit.
I think he kind of pioneered those effects, actually, now I think about it. Like the whole like black and white comic images and stuff.
Well, I will be fucked. I did not know that Robert Rodriguez did Sin City.
Let me rephrase that. He didn't. Okay, maybe he didn't pioneer it, but he didn't. It's like one of the first ever movies that was filmed on a green screen, primarily. And like all the stylization and stuff that he did.
Okay, I was just going off of Spy Kids 3 and Shark Boy and Lava Girl, but now that I know he was behind Sin City.
If you also look at like some of the earlier works he's done, Dusk Till Dawn, Mariachi, like the two Mariachi movies. The first one, which was his basically amateur movie.
Wasn't Hobo with a Shotgun also his?
I might have to look that up because I've never seen that one.
But I will be butch. I didn't realize that Sin City was his.
Hold on. But no, it's Jason Eisner.
Okay, never mind.
But yeah, he's Dust Till Dawn, Spy Kids movies, Mariachi, Sin City, Machete, Planet Terror.
I remember he did Machete because Machete actually makes appearances in the Spy Kids movies.
It's a lot nicer though in there.
Hmm.
It's a lot nicer though.
This is true, but that's probably because he's the cool uncle of that family.
Oh, he also did Predators, which I honestly think is a really good movie.
Yeah. Again, why wasn't he the choice for Eternals again?
They wanted to make an Oscar bait movie.
Yeah, fucking hell. Of all the wrong things that have ever been done in the history of wrong things, that might be one of the most wrong artistic choices in the history of art.
So obviously, like anything, I think Jack Kirby wise, he could have been fantastic at. You know, New Gods, Eternals. I've also personally, like recently, I was working on like some rewrites of the X-Men, just because I was bored. I do think Robert Rodriguez honestly would have been a good other pick to do.
The only Kirby property I wouldn't want Robert Rodriguez to do would be Etrigan, because Guillermo del Toro is better for Etrigan specifically.
I could see that.
A Guillermo del Toro Etrigan movie would be so baller.
You know, okay, now that I think about it, I kind of want to. I almost want to say maybe the question for Robert Rodriguez. Maybe.
No, I actually would suggest that would be a good use of Zack Snyder, because he's good at adapting things that abide by the like Randian objectives thing. The issue with Man of Steel was he was faced with a character who was the exact fucking philosophical diametrically opposed opposite of Randian objectivism, and he tried to make him into a Randian objectivist character anyway.
If they were to make a Doom Patrol movie, I could also see Robert Rodriguez, doing that too.
I could see that, yes.
Like inspired by like some of Grant Morrison's stories, specifically.
I could see that work. Although honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, I would still have Robert Rodriguez involved in an Etrigan movie if they did one. I would just have him help to like write it with Guillermo del Toro still directing and stuff.
You know what? Actually, I could see him doing like a grindhouse, like World War II style Creature Commandos movie.
That might be neat. Yeah.
Honestly, if he had worked on the Creature Commandos like animated series.
Speaking of like Grindhouse though, Robert Rodriguez doing the Long Halloween Batman movie.
Honestly, him just working on Batman, I think. Him working on Batman actually would be pretty interesting.
I wouldn't have him do every storyline, but I definitely think some of the more like out there Batman stories, like if they did a live action version of the Doom that came to Gotham, I could actually see that working well. Although I wouldn't want him to be alone on that. I would want somebody to help him. I don't know who I'd want to help him. I think it'd be the guy. I think it'd be the guy who did. I can't remember if it was The Strain or if it was V or what it was, but he also did the third Twilight movie, Eclipse. Yeah, but if that guy could like co-direct or co-write with Robert Rodriguez, I could see them doing an adaptation of the Doom Doom that came to Gotham in live action really well.
David Slade
I think so.
did Hard Candy, 30 Days of
Yeah, that's the one I
Twilight
was thinking.
Saga.
I couldn't think of what the vampire movie is called, but yeah, it's that one.
Black Mirror, Bandersnatch.
While we're spitballing pairing directors / creatives with the right material, I have one more, and then we probably should get back to the article, which is fuck, I lost it. Guy who did the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movies. The name
Guy Ritchie.
Thank you.
How the
yeah,
okay.
Guy, I told you it decided to leave my head at the last second. But Guy Ritchie doing a John Constantine Hellblazer movie in the style of Trainspotting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been saying that for years, and until they do it, I will continue to say it because it is correct. God damn it. Someone please do that. Someone make Guy Ritchie aware of this idea. Put the idea in his head. Please, for the love of all that is holy and unholy. God damn it. Because that would possibly be a better movie even than Joker. If they got Guy Ritchie to do a Constantine movie in the style of Trainspotting, that would be one of the best comic book movies ever fucking made. I guarantee it. Assuming they actually let him cook, unlike when they had him do Aladdin, when they didn't let him do sweet fuck all. But if they let the man actually do his thing, a John Constantine movie in the style of Trainspotting with Guy Ritchie would be fucking amazing. And Daniel O'Reilly, aka Dapper Laugh, would make an amazing Constantine. I know.
There was one more.
Okay, go ahead. Do your last one, and then we should.
No, I'm trying. It was Robert Rodriguez with something. I was trying to think of it, but fuck, it just escaped my head.
How do you think he would do on The Crow? Because I know you are a massive fanboy of The Crow. I could honestly see that working.
Yeah, I could too, actually.
I think he'd need a.
Okay, honestly.
I think he'd need a co-writer who's better at doing horror, but he could definitely be involved, and it would work.
Yeah, I think his style would work. Although I guess Wicked Prayer was kind of similar to how I think Robert Rodriguez would go with a Crow movie. But I can also see
who would be really good to pair with him on the. Yeah. But you know who would be really good to pair with him? The guy who did House with a Clock in Its Walls and just did Eli Roth. That's the name I couldn't think of. Eli Roth and Robert Rodriguez working together on a Crow movie would be really good. But anyway, we should finish this article so we can do the trailer and Brainstormer can go to sleep.
Our take on James Gunn's DCU comments. It's perfectly reasonable for Gunn to have these thoughts because in the end, these studios wouldn't cease to exist if Superman were to somehow not perform. As this is a new franchise that needs time to grow and build faith in the audience, it is well known that DC has had a rocky road with their previous cinematic outgoings. The notion that this is a fresh start will ideally be something that brings more people to the theaters, with Superman releasing in less than a month. Time to tell how Gunn's film performs in terms of reception and box office.
Well, here's the problem. Not only DC, but the comic book genre in general is in very dire straits right now. That's precisely why there is so much pressure on Superman. Because if they don't manage to get it right, and by get it right, I mean be.
Oh my god. Okay, please
Go
finish
ahead.
your thought, and then I'll.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I remembered what I wanted to pair Robert Rodriguez with. Adam.
Say again. Your mic
Adam
dropped.
Strange.
As in the hero of Ron.
Yes.
I could see that working. Honestly, what I'm picturing in my head almost reminds me of Valerian in the City of a Thousand Planets from a couple of years ago. That's kind of what that would look like, or at least that's the way it looks in my head.
Well, I do think Robert Rodriguez would go a little more out there in vein of like but
right, but I mean just in terms. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, finish your thing and then I'll say what I was going
to. I just meant in terms of like the aesthetics of the thing. I could see them doing with Ron what Luc Besson did with the City of a Thousand Planets, kind of.
Yeah. But I was also going to say, and kind of pivoting from DC, I could also see, honestly, I do think if they wanted to see a revival of like pulp heroes in movies, I legitimately think you could do some of them pretty well. Like, I could see him doing the Phantom really well, or Doc Savage.
I mean, it's utterly, utterly criminal that they've never given him the opportunity to do with Zorro. Because, especially given how much Robert Rodriguez likes his Mexican heritage and stuff, and has made like nods to that before, the fact that he hasn't gotten a chance to do a Zorro movie is criminal. Shame on Hollywood. Shame, I say.
Also, I think his friend. I'm not sure about the relationship currently, mind you, but you know, Antonio Banderas played Zorro in the '90s, and they've worked together multiple times. So
yeah, I cannot believe for the life of me that there has never been a Robert Rodriguez Zorro movie. It is utterly inconceivable.
Now that I think about it, I really actually would like to see him like adapt. Like, I could see him being in charge of a pulp hero, kind of like the Dynamite Mass series, like he with like Green Hornet, the Shadow, the Spider.
You know what? If for some reason they decided to do like a Netflix series, kind of like Jupiter's Legacy, but with the Golden Key characters, I could see that working with Robert Rodriguez's sensibilities. Obviously, not him alone. I definitely put together like a roster of people for him to bounce ideas off of and stuff. But I could see them do like a Golden Key series for like Netflix or something, and have him do those.
You know what? Actually, maybe he could also. Okay, if he's, I know, like you said, he's a big fan of his Mexican heritage, right? I could
live action Lucha.
That, but you wouldn't know this one, but I've looked it up myself. There is because Lucha Libre is big in Mexico, right?
Yeah. I remember seeing like ads for it and stuff all the time, because for a while there, of all the weird things to ever happen, apparently the Matt Ryan Constantine show was really popular in Mexico, so El Rey Network bought the rights to play it.
Oh, dude, El Rey Network. Oh, dude, that was good. I remember watching that so much. Like Lucha Underground was fucking cool. Anyway, say was, there was a famous Lucha Libre, a luchador by the name of El Santo, who was so popular. This was a little way back when, you know, like back when pictures were still black and white, right?
Mm-hmm.
The guy was so popular, like he was considered basically a hero, like he got comics. He even did a few films.
Yeah.
He's kind of considered on par with Superman in terms of like the fictional stuff, right?
Hmm.
And I
You'd want
believe,
Robert Rodriguez to do an adaptation of that.
yeah, either something along that lines. Because I mean, obviously, you would have to like go and like get like permission from the family and like the estate and stuff and rights and all that, but he could make something genuinely interesting from that, I believe. Uh, if maybe a biopic, maybe not. It's all really up there, but
You know what? Also, while we're spitballing this, assuming that back in the day when it was just ABC and they hadn't done the Disney Plus shows yet, assuming they wanted to make the shows more in line with the MCU, if they had done get the Gabriel Luna version of Robbie Reyes Ghost Rider, and they wanted it to do him in the movies, I would totally co-sign Robert Rodriguez doing that. Or well, again, obviously not alone. There's another one where I think he and Eli Roth would get along like a house on fire. But I could definitely see Robert Rodriguez being one of the people they could have as the creatives behind a Ghost Rider movie, assuming they wanted Gabriel Luna's Robbie Reyes to be in the movies.
mm. Anyway,
We should really finish the article.
as it is well known that DC has had a rocket, or that with okay. The notion that this is a first Star Wars to men release. Okay, no, actually, it's the end of the article. Okay.
Okay. And now on to the last thing of the night.
Yeah, give me 1 sec.
Uh, Technical difficulties, Brainstormer?
Yeah, a little bit. Give me 1 sec.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, should be fine. Alright, so yeah, this is the final trailer for Fantastic Four First Steps. I believe I had sent this when I had seen it. Yeah, I watched it. Don't remember it because I sent it early in. So
Mhm.
also, I have a pretty short term memory. So
Uh-huh. That's why I occasionally remind you of stuff. Did
uh,
we decide on a pause word food for Fantastic Four last time?
I don't think we did. Not that I can remember. To be honest.
I think it was just banana.
Okay. Um. Yeah. Okay. 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 Banana.
Banana.
Famous around the world, please welcome Fantastic Four. Mr. Fantastic, Invisible Woman, Human Torch. I love you, Johnny. And the
Somehow I feel like this and the other one we'd seen, like the first trailers, might have had a different opinion.
Yeah, it's
Like,
a
okay,
classic.
so I do. Sorry. Um, I just want to say, like, to be honest, two trailers were bad because I think they were focusing more on the family dynamic and the more like interpersonalness, which is kind of a core thing for the Fantastic Four. So,
But
um,
they should have still kept marketing in mind.
yeah, so like action, the adventure, all that, right? Which I mean, again, they had moments in there in the first two, but
Honestly,
um,
what I would have done is focus on the in-universe celebrity angle and then use the in-universe hype to kind of start the out-of-universe hype.
I mean, it does. Yeah, they were doing that. I don't think they were doing it enough for your liking, mind you. But
Yeah, it should have been the main like crux of the marketing because it would have made the marketing distinctive. And one of the biggest hurdles the MCU has at the moment is trying to give people an organic reason to check out this particular MCU project and what makes it different or unique from all the other ones. I don't
when
I don't
marketing
think
was a lot more interesting.
yeah.
Sorry, I was just so I remember in like the Dark Knight, did that whole like scavenger hunt uh thing leading all the way up to Comic Con
Mhm.
for the whole year, like websites, mailing stuff, uh,
Yeah.
stuff along that
I
line to build hype.
I remember the first like poster for Ant-Man. They shrunk it down really tiny because it was supposed to be a poster for like ant-sized viewers. That
I
that was
huh
that that was kind of smart.
huh I don't remember that one. Hmm.
You don't remember that?
Uh, okay, if it was 2016, I might have been going through a lot of shit at that time. So
This is also true. Um,
yeah.
was Ant-Man 2016? I thought that was 2015.
That was
No,
after.
it couldn't have been because Ant-Man was already
Yeah,
established.
it was 2015.
Yeah,
Sorry, yeah, it was 2015. So because it was after Age of Ultron, which was I believe 14, along with Guardians. So yeah, no,
Age
it
of
would have been
Ultron.
2015. Okay, sorry.
Age of Ultron was 2015. It was May of 2015. I remember because that was right during my downward spiral anxiety thing for college because I was not in a good place in 2015.
When when weren't you When aren't you having a downward spiral of anxiety?
Oh, sweet summer child, you have absolutely no idea how bad it was for me in college. Like there was a period in college I had not slept more than 3 hours for 2 solid weeks.
You have Don. As long as I've known you, you have a terrible sleep schedule.
Again, you don't know what it was like during the peak of finals week in 2015, my friend. It
Yeah,
was
because I didn't go to
it,
college. An active choice that I am proud of because I don't want student loans or debt or the anxiety that you were talking about. So
yeah.
I feel like I'm the smartest person here right now for not going to college.
Yeah, I mostly did it to make my mother happy. And sometimes she still mentioned the idea of going back someday, and I'm just like I don't want to crap on her dreams by pointing out that I never have any desire to go back. But at the same time, it hurts every time she brings it up.
Like, if you love someone enough, you're willing to break their heart. So I say tear the band-aid.
That doesn't work with my mom. That does not work with her. Because you don't want to be the reason she's having a bad day. Anyway,
I'm always someone's bad day, so I deal with it.
I would
I feel like it's
say
just
why don't you try it? But I would never do that to you. I would never subject you to one of my mom's moods.
okay. Anyway,
Banana.
Thing. Hey, what time is it? Say the thing.
That's not really something I say.
It's clobbering time.
That's just in the cartoon.
Oh, very much fuck you.
Never late for Sunday dinner. Let's eat.
Hey, what time is it?
It's dinner time. Get inside.
okay, hold on, Don. Before you say that, but before you go off, because I know you're going to.
Like I know what they were going for. They were going for the like cheesy meta gag. But as a fan of the Fantastic Four who unironically wants them to be the characters as written, god damn it. That is a very much fuck you moment.
I see your point, but I am willing to see that as setup for when because they did the same thing in the Tim Story.
Yeah, I'm sure they will do the gag where he will embrace it by the end and shit. And I know that's what they're going for, but still, fuck you. Stop lampshading the comic bookiness of your comic book stuff. That was the thing that defined the MCU in its heyday. Is it didn't shy away from the comic bookiness, and now they've become exactly what they were the antidote to back in the day.
Okay. Here, I do think it could have been handled better. Like, he could have said, like, Ben could have. Hold on. Ben could have said, "Yeah, it's not really something you just say. It depends on the moment."
It also would have helped if either of the actors had had a more over-the-top reaction. I think part of what sells lines like that is the like over-the-topness of the reaction, and that was largely what was missing there, because the delivery, as we just saw, just came off as him complaining, whereas it could have been him like reacting to an over-the-top fanboy, or he could have had a really over-the-top, oh, I hate doing that face, and that would have helped significantly probably too. Because some of these elements of comedy are about the delivery of them. And yes, I realize I'm being extremely pedantic, but that is what I do. I can't turn it off any more than Brainstormer can turn off his need to spontaneously generate entire universes from thin air.
Okay, but at least mine isn't as super negative and actually yields positive results.
To be fair, like I said earlier, when I'm wrong about my cynical prognostications, that actually makes me happier. So I would rather be overly cynical to start off with and be proven wrong and therefore be happy about it than someone who's overly happy and constantly disappointed when his overtly happiness crashes and burns. It's better to start from the bottom and move up than it is to start from the top and crash down.
I'm always in the middle.
Uh-huh.
I am incredibly miserable all the time, so I don't know how that works, but
Do I need to slap you? You're not allowed to be depressive. Because you're one of like the 5 people on this earth that I care about, and I will not put up with my best friends being depressive. If I can feasibly avoid it.
Well, you're depressive. I don't know how.
Yes,
Anyway.
because I know exactly how awful of a person I am. My friends, on the other hand, don't get to be depressive because they are not shitty people. Or at least their shittiness is not related to reasons to be depressed.
To be fair, I think I've just kind of been depressed my entire life, which is even sadder now that I say it out loud.
Hence my aggressive friendship, because you should not be so down on yourself all the freaking time.
I wouldn't say I'm. I can't even say that. No, I am.
Uh-huh. I have a very short list of people who I actually give a fuck about, and no one on that list should be miserable, because the fact that they put up with me is a testament, frankly, to how much shit they can put up with.
Don, you know my life. You know why I'm like this.
Yes, I know. But nevertheless, as your friend, it is my job to metaphorically kick your ass when you're beating yourself up too much.
Does it ever work, though?
Occasionally. Because it reminds you that you shouldn't be looking down. You should be looking up.
Does it, though?
At least some of the time it appears to have. Unless you were faking it, but that will result in me slapping you.
Moving on.
Yeah. Banana.
I herald his beginning. I herald your end. I herald Galactus.
Why wasn't this the first trailer again?
Yeah, it has like such a better tone, I think. Well, okay, no. Actually, let me It's not that the other I don't think the other trailers were bad. I can go back and see.
They just kind of felt generic.
I wouldn't even say that. I think this just sets up the story better because I think again they were going more for feeling like, especially in the teaser trailer, like the first one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like how the movie vibes, right? Which I think worked.
Right. But the problem is a lot of the marketing, at least up until this point, has felt very sort of just generic MCU. Like the most positive thing I've heard people say is that they like the retro futurist 60s thing. But even that is relatively understated, all things considered. So opening with something like this and emphasizing the like apocalyptic nature of what Galactus is, probably would have gotten more people more excited quicker if it had been the first trailer.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. I can see that. I don't really agree with your views on the other trailers, but
whereas having it be the third trailer, especially given that most people don't tend to watch all three trailers, kind of gives the vibe of a little bit too little, a little bit too late. I guess you still do technically have a month or so to, work with, but again, not many people watch all three trailers. They watch the first one, maybe the second one if people are lucky. And then maybe catch a couple of the TV spots.
Okay, I don't know if I agree with you on that, but it's whatever. Yeah, I got nothing else to say, so...
Banana?
Yeah. It does make me curious, though, because, okay, Galactus is supposed to be an omnipresent being, correct?
Omnipresent? No. Nearly omnipotent, yes.
Well, no, okay, because Galactus is there's only supposed to be, like, one singular, well, okay, not one singular, but every version of Galactus is literally just that, it's just Galactus, right?
If you mean that Galactus is kind of like Darkseid, no. Each Galactus
that's been explained. Oh, no. To be fair, this has been relatively recently.
Yeah. If that is the case, then it's a recent development because that's not how Galactus has been for like the last 50 years. Galactus is like Lord is it Sire Order and Lord Chaos, or he's like the individuated cosmic entities. There's one for each universe, supposedly. He's not like the Living Tribunal. The Living Tribunal there's only one of those.
Well, I'm not saying, okay, what I mean is like the mind, right? There are other iterations of Galactus. I won't deny that. But what I'm saying is, effectively, it is all the same entity, is what I'm saying.
Not unless they've changed it. Galactus is on par with the cosmic entities of each universe in that there's one of them for each universe. But the only entity that has like, pan multiversial or omniversial status is the Living Tribunal.
I think I think it's a series called Gods, like Marvel Gods. Is like it was trying to restructure and give a more comprehensive understanding of.
So they were basically pulling a multiversity.
Because
I think multiversity is the first story where every dark side is the same dark side.
Yeah, it might be
thing
something.
popped up.
It might be something similar to that. Although it did get canceled. Marvel did cancel it before it could really finish.
Not surprised. Fucking hell. But yeah, if that is the case now, it's a new thing because in the prior to All New All Different, at least, every Galactus was an individual entity, as were most of the incarnations of the various cosmic entities. The only cosmic entities that there's only one of is the Living Tribunal, and of course anything above the Living Tribunal. So like one above all, one below all. There's only one of those as well. But as far as like the individual cosmic entities with personalities that the reader can actually understand, the Living Tribunal is the only one that had. There's only one of him for the entire multiverse.
Okay, well, to be fair, from my understanding of Galactus' origin, was that he was a survivor of the
Previous-
the Marvel universe that we see now is like the 7th incarnation of the universe or multiverse.
I don't remember the number 7, but yeah, he was a survivor of the previous cosmology, and because he was a survivor of the previous cosmology, he basically got factored in as a deity and got dosed with the power cosmic.
Yeah, so that's why I was kind of also assuming that he had that kind of omniscient or ever present, at least mind.
He did become a cosmic entity in the like multiversal cosmology. So there is usually a Galactus for every universe, but they are all separate entities. Or again, at least the last time I bothered keeping up with the cosmology, because they change it every 5 fucking minutes.
To be fair, that was
how
every. To be fair, that's every comic book universe. Well, it's the main 2 comic book universes.
So far, the Magnolaverse has not rebooted itself, thankfully. So there's that.
To be fair, they don't really have a cosmology. That was never their point.
Well, I mean, they do, but it's based on like folklore and mythology and shit. So
no, Invincible, not Hellboy.
Oh. I mean, they do have like Angstrom Levy and the multiverse Invincible War and stuff. So
that was one issue. That was literally.
They don't really talk about like deities and stuff. Although there must be some, because Damien Darkblood is a demon from an actual hell, and Monster Girl's powers come from a curse and so on.
Yeah,
but we don't.
Anyway,
they didn't get a Jack Kirby style spotlight of them or anything. Is the thing.
Yeah. Well,
anyway,
again, that's the whole point. Yeah.
Banana.
What is that? Get us out of here, Ben! Hold on! Are we safe?
I don't know.
The clock is ticking. We are going.
I know you're not the biggest fan of Pedro Pascal as Reed, but I think he's doing a good job.
I haven't seen anything I actively dislike as yet. I just wish they had actually stuck with the fan service. It honestly stings worse to give the fan service and then to undo it than it does just to not have it in the first place.
Again, you and I have had this discussion several times. I
know you can't see Jim from The Office as Reed. And to be honest with you, I never really had a strong opinion of who should play Reed, so I don't really have a dog in this fight either. But philosophically, I support the idea of good fan service. Keyword being good fan service, by which I mean just because people wanted RDJ back in the MCU doesn't mean you should create a version of Doom who is an alternate universe variant of Tony Stark. because that is bad fan service. Nobody wanted that.
That's fair. Yeah, I'm just saying. I think he's doing it. I think Pedro Pascal is doing a pretty good job here. So it's like,
I don't really. There's nothing I've seen from him that makes me connect to him yet. Although, to be fair, it took me a very long time to connect to the Tim Story version of Reed as well. The scene that did it, probably surprising no one, is the one in Rise of the Silver Surfer where he tells the general to get fucked.
Yeah, that's not Reed. I want that to be fully clear. That's not Reed.
What do you mean?
Reed doesn't do that. He doesn't brag.
He wasn't bragging. He was dealing with someone who was already bragging, and he just put him back in his place. He didn't.
Yeah, Reed's too humble for that. He doesn't do that. Usually, it's his family that actually kind of boosts him up a lot more than
to be fair. I will agree that line could have been even more effective if Ben had said it about Reed, but nevertheless, I do like that. I do like that scene. That is the scene where I started to like Reed Richards as a character. That's the scene that got me interested in going and reading Fantastic Four comics. And then immediately finding that Reed is, as I have said many, many dozens of times before, the stupidest smart person in fiction. In the sense that, to use D&D stat as metaphor, he has a 100 in dexterity, he has a 25 or 27 in int, but a 2 in wisdom. Because frankly, I wonder if the Fantastic Four had been written a couple decades after it had actually been written, if Reed wouldn't be autistic, confirmed autistic, because the way Reed operates, in the sense of focusing so much on the big picture that he completely forgets how to human and completely forgets common sense most of the time, that's very much a on the spectrum thing to do. So I do wonder somewhat if Reed, obviously he wasn't written deliberately to be autistic, because they didn't know what autism fucking was back in the day. But his character type and the character quirks he has are very much unintentional autism representation.
I guess the thing I want to see the most out of Pedro Pascal for Reed is obviously, and this is me, the genuine care and love he has for his family. That is always going to be his main drive and motivator for a lot of things.
The thing I'm worried about, based on a lot of what the actors have said and stuff, do not make Sue the main character. Make them a couple and the head of a family. Do not make Sue the main character, and certainly don't have her, quote unquote, stand up to Reed like the Herald here is going to necessarily stand up to Galactus. If you do that, this movie will bomb, and it will deserve to.
I mean, as far as we've seen in the trailers, it doesn't really seem anything like that is close. So,
I don't know. I'm flashing back to the line from Johnny. She'll be the greatest mom. You're a mess, kind of thing. Granted, like I said when we first reacted to that could very well just be Johnny being Johnny, or it could be the writers being spiteful. The important aspect of that is Johnny needs to say that and be proven wrong almost immediately. That's what needs to happen for that not to be the writers using Johnny as a puppet. But if that turns out to be true, this movie is fucked.
I think you're reaching a bit on that. Obviously, I think I'm until I am shown genuine stuff that is bad or terrible. So far, I haven't been shown anything like that here.
I'm going off of interviews the cast have given and
Okay, I
what the
don't watch.
writers have said.
I don't watch that. So or yeah. So
Yeah, but that's why I'm worried. Had the actors and writers not said shit that trends that way, I wouldn't be worried. But between that and the unnecessary starting with a female Silver Surfer instead of Norrin Rad, I am worried they're going to I hate this phrase, but MCU it by making Reed's
okay,
obliviousness not just Reed being Reed, but Reed being essentially a dumbass and a beta male, essentially. But anyway, Banana.
don't ever say beta male again, man.
You need
I
to
don't-
stop telling me what words I can and cannot use.
Dude, it's just like
That's-
it does when it comes out of your mouth. It just sounds so wrong. Because one, you use a lot more intelligent words than that, and like it just does not fit your vocabulary. That's why I
Okay,
say
well let me rephrase then.
okay.
If Reed's borderline autistic lack of common sense is not seen as a side effect of his intelligence, but is instead him being a servile doormat, or worse yet, if they try to frame him as some kind of toxic 1960s douchebag, then this movie will deserve to bomb like I suspect it's going to regardless.
Okay, see now that works better for you. Okay, it's just when you use those words, especially like even slang and stuff, man, that just weirds me out
God-
because
God forbid I should try to be human for 5 seconds. You know, normally the complaint is that I don't use enough human language, but you complain when I make the barest movements
it's so out of
towards
left. It's
behaving like
so
a
out
human.
of left. Okay, it's so out of left field because you're so much more articulate and proper with your words that when you just say a word that I would probably use because I am dumb, it's so weird.
I try to occasionally translate things to slang because I know more people can like understand and cotton on
I
to
know,
that. But
again, you still say it in a way that still sounds like you're saying it, not like you're basically a chat GPT voice that someone's using to make you sound like an idiot.
fair enough, I suppose. But anyway, Banana.
Again, that whole anus thing earlier, man, that was just straight out of pocket. Like, never say that again.
I was trying to think of a word. I was trying to think of the word that would associate with buttocks, and the first thing that came to my mind was anal. I did, if you remember, retract it later and say glutally gifted instead.
I know. I'm just saying, man. That's just you say the weirdest shit.
I am aware.
Like, and that's saying something because I live with someone who just says the most random, weirdest bullshit ever because he thinks it's funny.
Yes, and I know exactly to what you were referring, and we've discussed it on many occasions on Thursday when we were hanging out and shit.
And yet, what you said earlier this evening is the weirdest thing I can genuinely say I have ever fucking heard in my life.
Oh dear. Again, I love you dearly, but you are sometimes a very sheltered summer child.
Ain't that fucking sheltered, and you know that.
Yeah, I know. You've been through a lot of like life experience wise. It's just that when it comes to like popular culture or like just general like stuff you would have absorbed through osmosis, you seem very sheltered from a lot of stuff.
That's fair.
In any case, Banana.
Going to find a solution. We are going to make it right.
You don't want to just crush him like that.
The four of us will face the danger. We will protect you.
Family. It's about connecting to some.
Okay, so the fact that they're emphasizing this specifically, and given the post-credit scene of Thunderbolts,
Mm-hmm.
and I do remember someone posing the theory that they fail.
Well,
To say-
they kind of essentially have to, in order to make the scene at the end of Thunderbolts make sense.
Yeah.
Or,
Which honestly,
unless-
Sorry.
unless they want to overcomplicate things massively and have this be from a multiverse where they did fail, and this, for some reason, is us seeing the world where they didn't, which would be unnecessarily convoluted. So
Yeah,
I think the more straightforward example, or the most straightforward answer, is that they do fail and that they,
which honestly,
jump universes at the last second.
right. Honestly, I kind of am okay with, because it's more interesting to me to see the heroes fail the first time around, and then obviously in Doomsday they could probably get a redemptive arc of saving that Earth when they couldn't save.
It is risky though to have the heroes fail in their first time out.
That's true. That is actually very true.
Especially because we don't know if we, the audience, like this version of the Fantastic Four yet, and if they don't, in other words, make us care enough about the family to want them not to fail, even knowing in the back of our heads that they will fail, because again, Thunderbolts post-credit scene. If they don't do the work to make us like this particular version of the Fantastic Four, they honestly probably would have been better off just using the Tim Story ones. I'm not necessarily saying that that's a foregone conclusion. I'm hoping that this movie is good, even though I don't think it'll be successful no matter what happens at this point. But I'm hoping this movie is good, and I'm hoping that they do build up the connection to the characters so that you do feel something when they fail. But if they don't succeed at setting that up, then it doesn't mean anything, and the audience is going to be pissed.
So moving on?
Yep, Banana.
Something bigger than yourself. We'll face it together. As a family.
Now I can see you misconstruing this, like her speech there, as a main character thing or whatever.
It depends on how they use it.
Well, to be fair, Sue has always kind of been, well, okay, Ben's
The
the
heart
Rock.
of,
Yeah,
well,
but
yeah, she's the mom of the family.
yeah, and that feels very much in line with her character, like that whole thing there.
It does. Again, it depends on how they use it. If they use it
Context,
well, then it can work. If they don't, the worst case scenario based on that line is I could see a version of this that goes full, She-Hulk style feminism, where Reed gets so caught up in trying to contingency plan for everything that Sue has to tell him to stand aside so she can do the responsible thing. And that's what she says to him to get him to step aside. That's the worst case scenario for this. If they do decide to make her a, strong, independent woman, TM. Especially if the rumor we've heard that they parallel the female Herald standing up to Galactus and Sue standing up to Reed, like the rumor says.
Okay.
If they do that, then this is dead on arrival. If they don't do that, then there's still hope. But if they do that, then we're screwed. Sorry, go ahead.
All right. Again, the thing I really want to see though is I want them to bring in Alicia Masters. Granted, I feel like they'll introduce her in the main MCU when the Fantastic Four come over. I know you don't really like the character, but well, okay. It's not that you don't like the character, you don't like the whole blindness thing, right?
Yeah, because I think it's more impactful if she can see him and just is like a good enough person or a smart enough person to be able to look past the monster aspect.
To be fair, I have this thing, and it's a joke, so bear that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So they generally come from like a 1960s universe, right?
Correct.
More or less. I mean, obviously, there's a lot more advancement.
It's a retro futurist 1960s. But,
either way, at the time, Ben Grimm was not, as the Thing, was not considered traditionally handsome. Like his original wife, before he turned into the Thing, left him and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which, assumingly, that's what happened here as well.
Yeah, unless they either change it or don't address it. Honestly, of the options, I think they probably just won't even address it. But
I think they should, but regardless.
Yeah.
And even now, it's shown that he is kind of treated, differently like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if they came to our universe, which would be modern day, had all the cultural revolutions and stuff that happened over the decades.
Even though they never address the repercussions of all the world building.
Just hear me out. Given how, especially like currently, well, it's like 2027 in like proper MCU time.
Yeah, because the 5-year skip from 2018. So anything that happened after Endgame happened in their version of 2025. So they'd be up to like maybe even 2029, 2030 thereabouts.
No, Secret War is supposed to take place in 2026, and Brave New World is also supposed to be in 2026 somewhere.
Agatha was 3 years after WandaVision, which itself was 18. Multiverse of Madness was 18 months after WandaVision.
Okay, timeline's fucked up. I'm not going to do the math there, but either way, okay, the build up to this whole joke is Ben actually would be, as the Thing, would be seen as far more attractive because of a little movement within certain groups known as monster fuckers.
Yeah, there is that, and as essentially the gay version of that, I have said this before and I will say it again. I would die happily in that particular rock slide.
Shut the fuck up.
Never. I will not be silent.
Although I do think Ben would be really weirded out because some of those people women can be very, very aggressive in that regard.
I mean, yes, but I mean, not only is the monster fucker scenario a thing, but also in the MCU specifically, there are how many Hulks now? I think we're up to 6. Counting Jen and Scar and Roth being Red Hulk and
Abomination.
Abomination, and
Uh,
kind of the leader, although obviously it's different. But point being, there are beings that are relatively normal according to like MCU standards that are very close to the Thing in terms of physicality. Like he's essentially a Hulk made of rocks. That's not too far out of the realm of acceptable like normalcy in the MCU, or at least it shouldn't be. It would certainly help if the MCU ever bothered to follow up on any of its world building, but que sera, sera. This is why we made the Lionhearted universe in the first place, because they don't ever do that. They don't let organic consequences happen because of the result of the world building.
But I am, because it doesn't look like he's showing off and alone unless he's with the family. So he probably hasn't found Alicia Masters in his universe. So more than likely he will find her, because I feel like it would be convoluted if she was on the rocket with them as well. So
I mean, unless of course she's in scenes that just haven't been shown in the trailers yet.
Either way, my point being is the issue I would kind of have is Alicia Masters does play a vital role in the coming of Galactus, or the Fantastic Four versus Galactus storyline, where she is the one specifically to convince the Silver Surfer to go against Galactus, for making the Silver Surfer see the value of humanity.
Mm-hmm. Now, based on behind the scenes stuff that I've looked at and the interviews and stuff that we've seen, it seems like they are giving that aspect to Sue
Again.
instead. Yeah.
Because they did that in Rise of the Silver Surfer as well.
Because you're right, it was Sue in Rise of the Silver Surfer as well.
And I mean, nothing against Sue on that, but fuck me. You have a regular person convincing a basically godlike being, well, demigod-like being.
Yeah, but yeah.
The value
Semantics.
of humanity.
Given that he's already seen how many thousands of worlds like Earth be gobbled,
Destroyed.
so many meatballs.
And just like, I feel like it's more impactful if it is Alicia, because she is just a regular person who kind of gets roped into joins the family.
Not to mention it's padding out the supporting cast, because remember when supporting casts were a thing in movies? God fucking damn it.
Also, the whole thing is like the Fantastic Four has this like extended large ass family.
They do.
And like that is, I'm like, again, I see the point and all, but fuck me, man, it just makes the most sense.
Yeah, it would be nice if they bothered to, think about the supporting cast for 5 minutes.
Or just focus, or remember that in the word superhuman, the word human is part of that.
Yeah. But, that would require them to actually think about the implications of their world building for more than 5 seconds.
Right,
and
but
they don't like to do that.
More or less a minor nitpick, I suppose, but
yeah, I mean, not to toot our own horn here, but Brainstorm and I are literally writing a universe because we were so pissed off that the MCU does not let its world building have organic fucking consequences.
Yeah. Anyway, it's almost fucking 1, dude.
Yep. Banana.
What time is it, Ben? No. What time is it, Ben? No, Johnny. Say it! I don't wanna! Say it!
That feels like a classic.
Yeah. I think everyone saw that coming after the one line there, but
That it's just like it feels like the whole dynamic between them. It just feels like classic Ben and Johnny.
Yep, yep. Johnny being too cool for every scenario, and Ben just trying not to punch him every 5 minutes.
I really hope they get the dynamic right, and like they're just like Johnny's a little shit to Ben, and Ben. I mean, to be fair, Ben pranks Johnny a lot too. But
Yeah, like remember in Rise of the Silver Surfer when they were doing the power switching thing, Ben was the first one to go, "Yoink! I'm gonna try that."
yeah, in the comics, it's also funny because there's one where Johnny's sitting in a pool at the Baxter Building, and Ben has like this giant, massive water balloon that I think it's like his face, like Ben's face.
Mhm.
And he just pushes it off the top of the Baxter Building onto the pool at Johnny. There's also another one. Again, I think it's just more funny when Ben pranks Johnny because Johnny will always play pranks because he's the kid.
Yeah, he's a smarmy little shit.
Yeah.
He's the guy who hasn't grown up ever since graduating high school. He's still kind of
it's
frat boyish.
It's not really high school. The backstory is that Sue and Johnny's parents weren't really around much when they were growing up. Well, specifically their dad. I think their mom passed. I can't remember the specifics, but Sue basically had to take care of Johnny herself, and that kind of left
which resulted in her becoming the mom and Johnny kind of being stuck at the age of like 17 mentally.
Well, actually kind of younger, but yeah, he more or less didn't really get to grow up too much, I mean, he's immature, but he's not. It's complicated because he's a very complicated person, like they all are, obviously.
And not to get too personal or anything with this, but this actually reminds me a lot of my mom's family because the specifics of why my mom's parents weren't around, I will not go into because that A, it's dark, and B, it's personal. But my mom essentially did end up having to take that quasi-parental role both for her younger sister, who is my aunt, and for my uncle, who is actually the older sibling than her, but has basically been stuck in frat boy douche mode since he was about 17, and he's now about to be in his 50s, and he's still he's doing better than he was doing because he spent some time in prison, but that's not relevant. But he's still kind of stuck personality-wise in the like frat boy mode. Still.
Yeah. But back to I like when Johnny pranks Ben. Ben pranks Johnny because most of the time Johnny deserves it.
Yeah, he's a smarmy little shit.
But it's just like Ben. Well, for one thing, he is the most grounded out of all of them, right?
Well, that would make sense given that he's the one who turns into Rock. Sorry, it had to be done. That was the straightest of straight lines. You had to be there.
Obviously, what I meant was because he grew up. Well, one thing, he grew up in New York, the Yancey Street, which is supposed to kind of be like, he grew up a blue collar, basically, kid in New York, raised by his Aunt Petunia, which I hope they bring that in here as well, because he says it's one time he says when the name Aunt Petunia, but he's like I said, he's the rock of the team or family. He's the one that kind of is keeps everyone.
And again, that makes logical sense given that his powers are the ones that are stone based. Just like it makes sense for Johnny to be the hothead, but Tish.
You done?
I'm sorry. You can't hand me a straight
Are you
line like
done?
that and not expect me to.
Are you done?
Okay, give me one more second to get all the laughs out of my system. Okay, now I'm good.
Okay. But yeah, he's kind of always the one that again. So when he like is willing to be childish as well, it's just grand, because I think a lot of people often think he's always depressed or ashamed of himself, but eventually,
Because of like the body horror monster thing.
yeah. Which I think obviously
He's
is
actually a very optimistic character, all things considered.
Oh yeah, no, like I mean, don't get me wrong, he has his moments. Like I mean, especially when
And
your life is
it was
so
smart of them to focus on that in the Tim Story ones, because that does make
Yeah.
sense. But
but I just also I'm sorry, there was something that bothered me when I remember watching someone's reaction to the first trailer regarding the thing's look.
mhm.
They said it should be updated.
I don't know about that.
No, it's so fucking stupid because it's the most perfect iteration of how he looks.
I do think it could have been translated a little better, but
If anything, maybe they should have given some more shadows to like the brow and stuff, like the upper brow to give it more definition or something like that. Or maybe the rocks should have been a little more like brighter or something like that.
like maybe it's just because I grew up with the like Michael Chiklis version. But I do like that design a little bit better than this one. Because this one looks almost cartoony is the wrong word, but it's close enough.
I'm gonna give you a noogie when we meet.
I know. That's Check's notes, probably about the 30th one you said you were going to do.
Oh no, that dude, we have gotten close to 100, I'm sure, at this time.
I'm running back through my memories. I think we're up to 30 now.
Well, I'm also counting punches and stuff.
Yeah.
So
if you count all the punishments that I am due, then yeah, we're up to about 200 there. But if we're looking at noogies specifically, I think we're up to 30.
I'm going to disagree on the design just simply because it is the most accurate and
I will say I do wish he was larger. Is the other thing I would change. I wish he was a little bit larger and a little bit bulkier.
I think it's just because of the shirt, to be fair, but it's the design he has is the most accurate to like the Kirby designs. So I'm fine with that's why I like it so much.
Anyway, we really need to get going because it is 1:56 and shit.
12:56.
Or 12:56. But yeah,
dude,
banana.
That made my heart fucking stop right there when you said that.
As it probably should, considering you should have been in bed like an hour ago.
I also want to mention I do love the New York. Like I know it's the retrofuturism, or I guess at the time it would have been futurism, or no, would have been called retrofuturism, or would have just been called futurism.
It's difficult. It's difficult to say because what we think of as like the retrofuturist style, that the type of stuff that you see in like the Jetsons and stuff like that, is sort of a take on the World Fair, which they don't do anymore, and I wish they did still. But
yeah,
like the way the World Fair predicted the world of tomorrow to be is a lot of the basis of the what we call the retrofuturist style.
Actually, I'm curious when the last World's Fair was.
I want to say it was like 1940 something, but it might have made it into the 50s.
That's what I'm looking at. But honestly, I do wish we actually would have embraced that stuff, to be fair.
Yeah, there's a lot there. Let my voice be one of the thousands that whines about no flying cars? Question mark. I
was
do.
just talking about the over design of architecture and honestly, like 60s and 70s, like all that art, that fucking style, just.
Yeah,
wish
I mean,
we
Art
did.
Deco in general, retrofuturism. There was so much. This is the issue because of the stupidity of modernism and postmodernism, and the stupid hyper streamlining of every fucking thing.
I mean, there are some buildings out there that use
Yeah.
that well,
But they completely forego the fact that it used to be that designs weren't just for functionality, they were also for style, for aesthetics, for like flavor. And nothing in the modern world has any flavor because of this stupid reduce everything down to its barest possible essentials.
Okay, I have
Shit.
a question for you. I have a question for you before I tell you the last World's Fair.
Mhm.
How do you feel about brutalist architecture then?
It's better than modern architecture, but I mean, I would take it over a lot of modern architecture.
Okay. So I looked it up.
But I would still say that my personal taste runs somewhere between like the Gothic / Victorian style and the like Art Deco Gilded Age style. That's where my predilections tend to lean.
Okay, to be fair, I'm not really big on brutalist. I was just curious because it is similar, but it's also entirely different from like modern.
Fun fact. Actually, speaking of the Jetsons that I mentioned a minute or so ago, they fun fact about the Jetsons. The person who created the Jetsons explicitly wanted it to be a vision of what the future could look like in 100 years of when he was making it. And the Jetsons premiered in 1962. Therefore, George Jetson is a Gen Beta. He's the generation after the current one. The current generation is Gen Alpha. The generation after that will be Gen Beta. And George Jetson, based on how old he is in the pilot episode of the Jetsons, will be born sometime in 2030.
Okay, so I looked it up. So they still do World Expos, though the most recent one was held in 2015. But the World's Fair in the United States was last held in New Orleans in 1984.
That I guess it went on a little longer than I thought it was, but okay, fair enough.
Which makes me even sadder.
Yeah, because that means that it literally ended a few years before our generation. Yet another case of the boomers fucking selling the future generations down the road for no other reason than because they can. Fucking hell.
So we're the fucking problem.
Yeah. We have issues with the way y'all read things, and we're the fucking problem somehow. Anyway, moving on, because Brainstormer needs to sleep, and I need to use the restroom.
Yeah. So with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, avide, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
shalom, and fuck off.